Welcome to the Planet Doug podcast, and it is Tuesday, June 10th, 2025, and I'm recording this inside my hotel room at the Jaya Hotel Masjid India in Kuala Lumpur. I'm still here in Kuala Lumpur, but I have an hour and a half on my hands right now because I'm moving to a different hotel. I just wanted to try out a new place, and because of the booking system, I couldn't get my usual good deal on this room when I was trying to book it. And I thought, let's look around. And I found another hotel here in my neighborhood that has very high ratings. It looks to be in an interesting neighborhood, good value. They have single rooms, some single rooms with like no windows like this one. And then, they call that the standard single. And then they have the deluxe single. And I think the difference is it has windows or something like that. I just went for the cheaper option, the standard single, the windowless cell. And it's nice just to change things up once in a while. So I'm going to try out a new hotel. I can walk there from here. And I'm caught in between that system where you check out of one hotel because they have like a noon checkout, and this new place has a 3 p.m. check-in. So you've got that 3-hour gap where you're always kind of stuck, of course. But I walked over to this new hotel this morning because I just wanted to make sure I knew where it was and make sure that it's actually called, now I forget, Swings and Ladder? I'm not even sure I have that right. I know Swings is correct, Swings and there seem to be a bunch of them all around KL, so it's part of a chain. So I wanted to make sure that I booked the right one, because there's one here in this neighborhood, there's one in Bukit, there's one somewhere else. So anyway, I just took the stroll over there. On the way there, by the way, I crossed over the river, and there had been some heavy rain, so the river was higher and moving faster. And I looked down, and there was quite a large turtle at the side of the river on like a cement platform, but it was flipped over on its back and then waving its little legs, trying to flip over, trying to right itself. And of course, whenever you see that, you want to help, but there was no way for me to get down there unless I get out rope and rappel from or like really do some rock climbing to get from the top and then down the cement wall. There's no way to get down there. So hopefully the turtle, he was actually kind of on a ledge. And I think as he wiggles his legs around, he's eventually going to work to the ledge and fall over, and hopefully he falls upright. Anyway, hopefully, maybe when I walk out this time, I can walk by again the same part of the river and see whether he's still there, the poor fellow. But anyway, so I walked from here. It's like a kilometer away, something like that, but still in this little India neighborhood near Masjid Jamek. So that's what's going on. And then, as I said, I walked over there, and then I said hello to the very friendly women at the front desk. It looked like a very small operation in terms of services. Even this hotel, the Jaya Hotel Masjid, it's a low budget place, but it actually has kind of a nice entrance lobby and a nice front desk. It looks like a modern hotel. This one, the entrance looked like the door and the hallway into a building, and they put a desk there, that kind of thing. So it wasn't quite as fancy in terms of its lobby as this place, but the rooms looked perfectly fine. The price, I think, was like 40 ringgit per night for a single room. I got it at that price at 40. Plus, then you add all the taxes and the 10 ringgit per night, it gets quite a bit more expensive than that. But the base rate was 40, and that's as low as you're going to find in Malaysia, I think, or certainly in Kuala Lumpur. So anyway, I went over there, and then I told them I'm checking out here at noon, and they said, well, come, and then we'll see if your room is ready. You can just check in. If not, they said they have a balcony or a cafe, rooftop area on the 5th floor, and they say I can just go up there, put my bag behind the desk, and then I can hang out up there. But then when I was telling them here I'm checking out, then they said, well, just check out late if you want to, like check out at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whenever you like. So because of that set of circumstances, I thought I'd set up the GoPro, fire up my kettle here one last time, and record a bit of a podcast. I'll probably start here, and then I'll finish the podcast at my new hotel. Maybe I'll even film a little bit as I walk there and fold that into the podcast experience. Who knows? So I've got quite a few things I could and probably will talk about. I have a list here on my phone. So I'm going to start off talking about Planet Doug stuff, like the videos I've been shooting lately, sort of the behind the scenes, lessons learned in terms of cameras, shooting, editing, things like that. And then I want to get caught up with other YouTubers that I've been following, like travel vlog YouTubers, talk about them a little bit. And then I got a lot of things in pop culture roundup I could talk about, TV shows in particular, and then some technology topics, current affairs topic, a whole bunch of things. We'll see if I have time to get to them all. So that's what we're going to do today in this podcast. One of the first videos that I shot for Planet Doug when I came back to Kuala Lumpur was at a hiking trail called Bukit Gasing. And I guess it fits into the theme of this visit to Kuala Lumpur. As I've said in all of my videos, what I wanted to do this time is kind of do a sweep where there are all of these sort of tourist attractions in Kuala Lumpur that I never got around to visiting in the past. And then I'm aware of them, I've been aware of them for years, and then every time I walk by them, I look at them and go, yeah, I really should go there someday. And so finally I want to stop doing that. So on this visit to KL, I've sort of been tracking down these places. And one of them is Bukit Gasing, because when I was here before, I did some hiking at Bukit Dinding, and I really enjoyed that experience. And then people who were part of the hiking community of KL, they were sending me messages saying, oh, you should go to this hiking area and this and this and this. And I don't really have the opportunity to go to the bigger ones that are outside the city where you have to travel a long distance and it's a big hiking project. So I'm more interested in the ones that are in the city limits, and the one that was mentioned most often was Bukit Gasing. And so I decided to go there. And I did. I hopped on the LRT, rode down to Jaya LRT station, and then I walked from the station. It's about 2 kilometers from the station to the park gates. And it's occurring to me more and more lately that I'm my own worst enemy sometimes when it comes to that, because that's just my habit. Even when I talk about Batu Caves. I have the Planet Doug Batu Caves test. If another YouTuber goes to the Batu Caves and shoots a video, I give them a grade. And for them to get a high, like an A+ or A grade from me, they can't take a grab car to go there. Because I don't know, it just doesn't feel like an interesting travel experience to me, because all these places in KL, you can get there by local train systems. And to me, it's part of the adventure to go to Batu Caves by KTM train. And the train will take you right to the Batu Cave station. And if you want to get a perfect grade from me, that's how you have to go to Batu Caves. The whole grab car thing is a new element of modern travel, which I don't really like, because my mind is still stuck in the old days when traveling was much more difficult and much more of a personal adventure. And then every time I see someone fly into Bali, get picked up by a grab car, and then get taken to their Airbnb condo that they reserved on Agoda, I kind of go, it just doesn't sit right with me. Because in the old days, as people my age will remember, it used to be that you landed at the airport and there was chaos, because most of the airports in Southeast Asia were like that back in those days. Even getting off the plane in the middle of the field and then walking to the terminal building, and there was just crowds and commotion and an inability to communicate. You had no Google Maps, no Airbnb, no Agoda booking, no grab cars. So basically you're trying to figure out how to get the local bus for 20 cents crowded onto the local bus with your backpack, and then with all the ducks and the chickens and the farmers, and then you're trying to get downtown and figure. I mean, it was a real adventure. And then whenever I see somebody doing a modern version of that trip, I kind of miss the bad old days, you know. So when it comes to something like being in KL and going to Bukit Dinding or Bukit Gasing or Batu Caves, I resist going there by taxi or summoning a grab car. I always want to get there in KL by LRT, but then the closest LRT station was 2 kilometers away from the Bukit Gasing Park. So then I'm walking for 2 kilometers, and that's no easy thing to do in Kuala Lumpur. Walking is always hard because you run into these major highway systems that are difficult to get across as a pedestrian. It was extremely hot that day, the sun beating down. So of course, by the time I got to the beginning of the trail, I was already pretty tired. I was kind of exhausted and kind of frazzled. And I'm looking back, it would have been nicer to take a grab car. And it really wouldn't have been that expensive. Well, going all the way to Petaling, Jaya, by grab, that could add up, I suppose. So, but you could take the LRT to Taman Jaya station and then summon a grab there to get you to the park. Because when I finished my hike, and then I was leaving, and I was speaking, there's a local man there exercising, and I chatted with him for a bit, and he wanted to know, oh, where are you going? And I says, well, I'm going back to my hotel now. My hike is finished. And he's like, oh, how are you going to do that? You have a grab coming, right? He says, no, I'm going to walk to the, well, I said to him, I'm going to take the LRT. And he's like, there's no LRT anywhere near this neighborhood. There's none here. And I says, well, that's a relative term. There is one 2 kilometers away, and I'm going to walk there. And he says, no. And he gave me a ride to the LRT. So from a Malaysian's point of view, like you go to any of these hiking parks, the road at the trailhead is jammed with cars because all the hikers drive their cars to the trailhead, park their car, and then they do their hike, and they get back in the car and drive home again. I remember seeing, I've thought about this in the past where even mountain bikers do that. And I always thought that was kind of odd too, where for me as a bike rider, if there's someplace I want to ride my bike, I ride my bike to that place. But the modern perspective on cycling is that cycling is a physical exercise. So you put your bike on your car and then you drive to the park, get on your bike and ride around the park, and then you put your bike back on the bike rack on your SUV and drive home again. That's the modern approach to cycling, and I've never done that because I would ride my bike to there. I mean, the whole point is to get cycling, to have fun on your bike. You might as well ride there, ride around, and ride back again. But anyway, it does occur to me, though, that had I taken a grab from the LRT station, I would have arrived at the trails much cooler, more refreshed, not nearly as frazzled, because I remember even doing the hike and setting up the GoPro and thinking about microphones and recording. I had trouble keeping track of things. Like as a YouTuber, you have to think about so many things at the same time. And I think I'll talk about that a little bit in connection with another video. So anyway, it probably would have been better to get there by grab. And the only other thing about that, the behind the scenes stories for that, is I noticed the video from the GoPro was not very good because the trail is covered in trees. So it's actually quite dim. It was a bright sunny day, but in fact it was so dark on the trail that the GoPro's stabilization doesn't work very well. So someone even left a comment on that video and said, well, why are your videos so blurry? And he didn't say exactly what part he was referring to, but I'm pretty sure he was talking about the hiking part because, yeah, every footfall, the stabilization on a GoPro for it to work needs a lot of bright light, needs a lot of light for it to work. And in dim conditions, it just doesn't work. And then I was thinking it would be nice to do an experiment with one of the newer cameras from DJI or Insta360, one of their action cameras, because they have low light settings now. that are boosted with AI technology and a larger sensor, etc. They're much, much better in low light. And everybody demonstrates that when they do the reviews of these cameras. They usually, these days, they don't even include the GoPro in the comparison anymore. Now, if you see, what is the best action camera on the market, and they list all the cameras they're comparing, GoPro doesn't even make the cut anymore because it fell behind in terms of low light. So people don't even test it. They don't recommend it at all. And they're comparing, the Action 4, the Action 5, the Insta360 Pro, Ace Pro 2, and maybe the Pocket 3. Those are the cameras that everybody is comparing. And quite often in these comparison videos, they don't even include the GoPro anymore. But I don't really know how one of those cameras would work, say, on that hiking trail. In terms of the low light, is the stabilization that much better? Because most of the camera reviewers, they don't do the things that I would normally do. Even I've talked about this, where even when they're testing a microphone, the first thing they do is go to an empty city park where there's no wind and no noise, no traffic, not a bit of sound anywhere, not another human being anywhere in sight. And that's where they test the microphone. I'm always like, oh, for Pete's sake, that doesn't do me any good. You got to go into a noisy street, a market, a bustling cafe. That's where I need to hear how the microphone works in terms of how does it reject ambient sound? How does it balance your voice with the roar of traffic? That's what I need to hear. I don't need perfect audio conditions for a microphone test. But anyway, and same thing with cameras. They don't generally test them, in my opinion, in real world situations. So yeah, I would have liked to have done a comparison with like an action camera and walk down that hiking trail and just see how it worked. So that's sort of the behind the scenes perspective on the Bukit gassing video. The next video I shot, I wanted to go mainly to the flea market at the Amcor shopping mall. That's another thing. I've seen it a million times, mainly from the LRT station. Not the station, but from the train, because I take that LRT train all the time, and then you pass by the Amcor mall. You can see it. It's like right there. You get a perfect view of the mall from the LRT train. And every time I go by it, I look at it, I go, oh yeah, the flea market there. Oh, the flea market, every time. So I thought, okay, enough's enough. Let's go to the flea market. So I hop back on the same LRT train, the same one that goes to Jaya station. And the same station, actually, where I went to Bukit gassing. It was the exact same one. Oddly enough, I've had so much, I think it was the same station. Yeah, now I'm a little bit confused. Might have been a different one. But anyway, I took the same train and I went to the Amcor Mall. I had a bit of a rough time because I've been sick quite a bit here in Kuala Lumpur. I just had a bad cold, and the cold, I don't know, these things affect me more than they used to in the past. And this cold took forever to go away, and I just felt so weak, like fatigued. Even waking up in the morning, my arms and legs felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. I couldn't get up out of bed. And then even when the cold started to go away, it settled into my lungs, and then it's still there. It's actually sort of in my upper lungs. If I kind of breathe out, I can feel it. I start coughing again. It's something in my lungs. So yeah, my body can't fight off the cold virus like it used to. So yeah, but anyway, I was really weak. I was still suffering from the cold when I went to the flea market, and I wanted to make that video a bit more of an event. I thought it would be nice to talk to some flea market vendors, put a microphone on them, like pretend I'm a professional YouTuber, and ask them, hey, can I interview you for my YouTube channel? Put a microphone on them and then talk to them. But by the time I got there, I was already so tired and kind of flustered. And then I started to hear a lot of loud music, and I thought, there's a music in the background. How am I going to get away from that? And then I started to see signs everywhere saying, no cameras. Like on a lot of the stalls, they had no video, no pictures, no flash, these sorts of things. And then I remember I've been to a few shopping malls in Kuala Lumpur where the security came up to me when they saw I had a GoPro and says, no, you can't take video inside the shopping mall. So I was a little bit on edge to begin with, and I don't like breaking the rules. I'm a rule follower. So if I start seeing signs everywhere, oh, no cameras, and I'm in a shopping mall, then I kind of lost the energy to do the interview stuff, to really engage with people. And all I ended up doing really was just a very quick walk through it. I stopped at a couple of stalls that were selling some items that looked colorful and interesting, and it had a relationship to my own life, like the people selling vinyl record albums and cassette tapes and things like that, movie posters, and things that I could talk about that were part of my own life. And then I went up all the different floors, but I didn't really do a deep dive into the flea market like I wanted to originally. It's just my mood. My heart wasn't in it by the time I got there. And then when I left, I was a little bit disappointed because I was hoping to see piles of old cameras in particular. Things like that, old electronics like radios and things, and I didn't see any of that. I saw one typewriter, and I think that was it. But then after I left and I posted the video and I mentioned how I wanted to see cameras, but I didn't see anything, and people told me, oh, you went to the wrong place. You had to go below ground and underground. And I think if I were at my best, I would have done it. I would have stopped and thought, okay, have I been everywhere? Have I seen everything? And I would, oh yeah, what about, because I only went on the ground floor and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then back down again. But if I'd taken the escalator to the lower ground, deeper ground, that's where the cameras and the electronics were. And I completely missed that, which was kind of unfortunate. So I've been thinking about going back on a weekend. I'm going to be here for another weekend, this upcoming weekend. Maybe I can go back, go underground, and I can go to the A&W, maybe. I think it's like the oldest A&W outlet in Malaysia. And it looks it. Every time I walk by it, to be honest, I thought it was abandoned. I thought it was closed. But people were, leaving messages on that video saying, oh, you were right by the A&W. You should have gone in to check the place out. So maybe I'll do that. I don't have a huge history with A&W. They were in my hometown, I think. I remember the root beer. It was always famous for A&W root beer, and I had it as a kid, but I was never a big fan of a root beer, I don't think. But yeah, it would be interesting. Piece of Petaling Jaya history anyway. So I might go back and then visit the A&W and then go underground in the flea market. And on that day, I did a couple of other things. After the flea market, I went to the Petaling Jaya Museum in the park. I thought that was very interesting. I like museums. I like to read up on the history. And it was a very casual, small museum. It's not a big thing, but I thought the displays were very informative, and I thought it was all very well put together. There's more than enough there for me to justify the effort of going to check it out. If someone is not excited about museums and they don't really care about, say, Petaling Jaya history, it's not a place I would say, well, you go to KL, you gotta go to the Petaling Jaya Museum. No, it's more of a regional, local museum, but if you're there, I think that's how I talked about it in the video. Well, you could combine it. You can see the Taman Jaya Park, museum, A&W, the flea market, put all of that together. Yeah, nice little outing. So then you could go to the museum. Yeah, why not? And someone left a comment. I'm still thinking about, I knew about this in general already. They were saying that the big lake, the pond in the Taman Jaya Park, they said that was an old tin mine. And I find that fascinating because I know about that. Around Port Dickson, for example, you go out into the countryside around Port Dickson, you can see dozens of these small ponds everywhere. And it reminds me of lake country in northern Ontario in Canada, where there are thousands of gorgeous lakes. Because up there's the Canadian Shield. The whole north of Canada is a massive slab of rock, and then hundreds of thousands of years ago, the glaciers came down and scraped over the Canadian Shield, and then the glaciers retreated and scraped, and they dug out all of these lakes that are just thousands of them, and they're absolutely gorgeous. But here in Malaysia, you see all of these ponds and these lakes, and it turns out most of them are old tin mines, because the way they did the tin mining here were open pits. They're not like digging tunnels underground. They're actually digging a huge pit, carrying the ore out and getting the tin. And then when they abandon the mine, it's a big hole in the ground, and it fills up with rainwater, and now you get dozens and dozens of these little ponds everywhere. And someone said that it's a big pond in Taman Jaya Park. It's quite large. So it never occurred to me that it was a tin mine. But I still don't know for sure. I haven't been able to confirm that that's true. But people said, yeah, that's an old tin mine. It's like, wow, that's a big one. And if it was a tin mine, it seems to me there would be a photographic record of it. And I thought there would be photographs in the museum, but it never came up. So, yeah. And then later in the day, I went to Merdeka Square, Independence Park, because I've often been around the park at night on the weekend, and then out of the corner of my eye, it's like, wow, look at all the people in the park. I should go check that out. I think I went there one other time at night just to take a quick look, but I always thought I should go back for a bit more of a deeper dive. So at night on that same day, I went back to, I think it was a Saturday night, right, or Sunday? I think it was a Sunday night. And then I went to the Independence Park, and I saw all of the kids playing with the gliders that have all the lights built into them, and the things they shoot in the sky with their slingshot and blowing bubbles, all the toys that parents buy for their children. So it was fun to walk around, and they close off the main street and turned it into an electric scooter playground. So all along the park, the square, you can rent different styles, different types of scooters, all electric, and just go around in a circle just for fun. I was a little bit disappointed in myself when I did that, because I shot the video mainly just as an observer. And even as I was walking around, I knew that to be a good YouTuber, you should get involved in things. Don't just look at them. But I just didn't have the energy for it. So I kind of wanted to buy one of the slingshot toys, play with it on video, maybe even buy one of those gliders, rent a scooter, electric scooter, to ride up and down the road. Just do a bunch of things while I was there. But I didn't have the energy for it. It was really hot. And at the same time, I had to think about the expense, because things like that can really add up in Malaysia. It's not cheap to do those things. And this is my own cross to bear, I guess. I really have this thing about prices. I'm a real organized sort of human being, or I try to, and I appreciate good organization. So I saw a couple of places where they had the slingshots for sale, and I saw one or two places with the gliders. And I walked by them, and I had this impulse to stop and maybe buy one of these things so I can just have fun with it. But I always get stopped because I don't know how much they cost. And the whole business of, oh, how much is this? And how much is this? Oh, how much is this? And what if... I find it annoying. So every time I see a seller, part of my brain deep down thinks, would you please put prices on your products? Because if I'd seen a price, I would be probably 10 times more likely to make a purchase. And I find that's true with everything. I'm walking around the streets, it's hot, I see somebody selling cold drinks. Oh yeah, I gotta get a cold drink. But if I don't see a price, it's harder for me, because it's a lot of work. Like, why should I, as a customer, have to go, oh, how much is the iced tea? Oh, is that for a large or a small? Oh, how much is the mango? You know, why should I have to sit down and ask you before I'm trying to make a decision which drink to get, what size to get? I need to know the prices. I don't know. I guess the sellers don't want to post a price for some reason. I've never understood that. So as a customer, you're always left thinking they could just make up a price, especially when you're a foreigner. You always have that thought in the back of your mind that you're not going to get the local price, that for a Malaysian, the little hang glider might be 5 ringgit. And then you go up and you say, oh, how much is the glider? And they'll say, oh, that's 25 ringgit. And it doesn't happen in Malaysia as a rule. People just tell you what the real price is. But you just have that feeling all the time. And then the chances are the person won't speak English, or they're busy with other customers. And anyway, I guess what I'm saying is, if one of the sellers had prices on the products, I probably would have bought a slingshot, a glider, and I probably would have rented one of the electric scooters. It would just be fun to do. It makes the video more interesting as well, right? But nobody had a price on anything. Even the electric scooters, I walked up and down the whole street and there were maybe 5 different places where they were renting. And I don't know, what's so hard about throwing up a price? 10 ringgit per hour, or not hour, nobody would rent by the hour, but 5 minutes. You know, what's the rental rate per 5 minutes per day? Put up a little sign. I think even local people would appreciate that. I've never understood sellers that don't put prices. It's just the way my brain works, I guess. So in the end, I did not buy a glider, I did not buy a slingshot, and I did not rent a electric scooter. And it's also because I was there by myself. I think if I were there with friends, a group of people, then you're more likely to engage in these fun activities. But being there by yourself, you need a little bit of a push to do it. You know, quite often my camera is the reason I might do stuff like that. And it makes it more fun to do something. But at the time, it was the end of the day. I think it was something like 10:30 at night. I was really tired. And then for me to get one of the gliders, it's fun to play around with the glider, but then I've got to set up my GoPro somewhere. And I don't really have a ground-based tripod where I can just mount it on the ground and lift the tripod really high so I can film myself throwing the glider and film it flying through the air. It's a lot of work being your own filmmaker when you're doing something like throwing a glider and then running after it. And anyway, the circumstances did not come together properly. And as I was going to the park, I walked by the heavy metal band that is always playing there. And of course, you have to worry about copyright strikes. And I was out in the park, kind of right across the street, and I would start filming. And as soon as I started filming, the band would kick in again, and the guy would start singing. Like, oh, for Pete's sake. So I have to stop filming, and that happened quite a few times. And that kind of interrupts your rhythm as well. And then I had to kind of run around and wait until the music stopped. Oh, I can film for a little bit. Oh, music started. I got to turn off the camera. I think about that all the time, in the sense of unintended consequences on YouTube, because YouTubers can't have music in their videos. And the intention is understandable. People, artists or companies who make music, they want to get paid for their product. And then if you have music in your video, well, you have to pay them to use it. So you get a copyright claim. And then this company based in Uganda or based in Brazil will say, thank you very much, Planet Doug. That's our video now. Everything you did, all the 15 hours of work you put into that video, we own it because there was 15 seconds of our song playing in the background by this heavy metal band, right? It's just, you just feel ridiculous when that happens. So, but the end result is that YouTubers as a whole are very sensitive to this issue, and we run around constantly avoiding music and deleting music and putting in silent periods in our videos just to get rid of all the music. And it basically took YouTube and turned it into a world without music. Like, music doesn't exist unless you click on an official, music channel owned by Sony or Polygram or whoever the big companies are these days. But this feels like kind of a weird thing that we've created an online video world where music is not allowed. Yeah, it's just kind of a weird thing when you think about it. One of the next videos that I shot for Planet Doug was at the Biomedical Museum. And that was the place I was most interested in visiting on this trip to Kuala Lumpur. And I'm very glad that I went there. I did a lot of research before I went. I read up on the Institute as much as I could because the Biomedical Museum is part of the Institute of Medical Research. And the Institute has a history going back like 125 years. And it was founded to study tropical diseases, cholera, typhoid, malaria, and the plague, anything that you might deal with in a tropical environment. So it was quite fascinating to read about that, find out about the Institute. But the one thing about the museum that kept me away from it in the past, like I said, every time I walk by it, it's near the Chow Kit monorail station. And actually, I walked by it many times because there are other museums in that area that I walk to from the Chow Kit. I think the National Art Gallery. Let me look this up real quick. Yeah, I was right. The National Art Gallery is sort of in that area. And I've been to the National Art Gallery probably 3 or 4 times by now. And then it's possible to go to the Chow Kit monorail station and then walk to the art gallery. It's a bit of a hike, and there's a closer one as well. But anyway, I've been in that area a lot, and I walk to and from the Chow Kit monorail station, and then every time I'd see oh, look at that, there's some sort of a medical museum, but it was behind a fence, very high fence with barbed wire, razor wire, a security gate, and a very official looking security guard. And then when I kind of glanced at details online, I saw a lot of stories about difficulties getting to this place. That when is it open? Oh, it was closed. Oh, they wouldn't let us in because we weren't dressed properly. Oh, it just seemed to be a difficult museum to access. So it wasn't the kind of place where you could just see it. Oh, I'll pop in there. You could do that with the National History Museum. It's just open and you just walk up to the door and in you go and you pay your 5 ringgit. But the medical museum, I was thinking about it later on. It started to make more sense to me because it is inside the Institute for Medical Research where they study diseases. So they probably have samples of various viruses and bacteria, kind of like every movie you've ever seen about a viral epidemic that wipes out the human race. It starts with one of these biomedical labs that has the Ebola virus in a test tube, and something goes wrong and the test tube breaks and the Ebola virus escapes, and then that's the end of the human race. So I'm sure the Institute for Medical Research it's not that kind of place. It's not the CDC. They're studying, like I said, malaria, and they're studying wound treatment and things that are not quite so dangerous, but at the same time, they can't have 100 people just wandering around this place. So for you to get to the museum, they have to control who gets in and where do you go and what you do, because they have dangerous things on the grounds of the Institute. So I was thinking that it would be kind of nice if they could take their outer fence and kind of put it around the museum so that you could just walk up to the museum from the sidewalk and basically cut it off from the rest of the Institute. And then it would be more accessible to the public. Because if I'd been walking by and it's like, oh, there's a museum. Oh, there's the front door to the museum. Yeah, I just pop inside. Oh, cool. And find out about the hours and then come back and check it out. But because you have to go through the security procedure and registration and all that stuff, I just never got around to going there. And this time I made a deliberate effort to do it So I made sure to get all the information in advance. I found out that they did have a dress code, so I made sure to wear long pants and a nice shirt. And then I brought my passport with me just in case they'd asked for ID when you register. I tried to, and I made sure to have my knapsack arranged so that if they told me I couldn't bring in my knapsack, I could hand it to someone and I didn't have to worry about it. So there's nothing super valuable in it. And then I made sure to put extra camera batteries in my pocket so that if I had no access to my knapsack, I could still shoot a bit of video if I wanted to. Anyway, I planned ahead like I was going on a covert mission into enemy territory. And I had to do that much work in order to get to this place. And even picking the right day to go there, because on Fridays it closes for an extra hour for Friday prayers. So in fact, I think it's open in the afternoon on Friday only for 1 hour. So for example, if you decide to go to this museum and you think, oh, I'll go in the afternoon, I'll have breakfast first or lunch and then I'll go to the museum. You show up and it doesn't open until 3 and then it closes at 4. It's like, oh, for Pete's sake, that wasn't really worth it. So it's a place you have to plan ahead for a little bit. So I did all that. And then it turned out to be even more rigorous than I realized, where they kept track of me from the very beginning, where you go up to the front gate, very friendly guard. So there was no issue. Nobody was, it was not a bad environment in any way, but when you go up to the security gate, the guy does need you to sign in. And then even once you sign in, you can't just sign in and go. You actually get a visitor pass with a number on it, and that number has to be recorded in the book to go along with your name, time in, time out, here's your badge number. And then even after all that, I wasn't allowed to go. He says, no, you can't go yet, I have to phone ahead. So he got on the phone, he's talking to a bunch of people, and by that point, to be honest, I was feeling a little bit like, this isn't worth it. It's like, it's a lot of work just to get the cameras ready, to set up the GoPro and all the batteries and the memory cards and the grips and this and that. And I had one GoPro in my hand. I had another GoPro I was going to put around my neck. I mean, it's an effort to do these things. And I put into all that effort already, and then riding the monorail to get there. And then now I feel like I'm going to get a military escort. I thought, it looked like basically what I'm saying is it started to look like I wouldn't be able to shoot any video anyway. So then I was thinking, I'll just put away my cameras and this isn't going to work out. So a lot of my energy for recording the experience kind of started to seep out of my body. And then he finally got off the phone and he says, okay, you can go there now. And I definitely got the impression that, okay, you walk from here to there in a straight line. You don't go anywhere else. You have access to that building. Go there in a straight line, and we don't want to catch you going anywhere else. So yes. And I go there, and then from a distance, another security guard saw me coming. It was waiting for me. And then I started to feel like I was a little bit of a criminal, because I was walking slowly and I had a GoPro on my neck, and I wanted to film a little bit of the museum from the outside and talk about where I am and where I'm going. And I wanted to take pictures. So I stopped to take a picture of the building, and the security guard is like eyeballing me from a distance. Like, hey, what's going on over there? I thought, so that kind of started to freak me out. Then I finally get to the museum, and then the security guard, he stops me outside the museum. No, wait here. You stay here. And then he went inside, and then he was gone for a while. And then while I was waiting, I saw a QR code on the outside of the museum, and it said something about registration. So I thought, well, let's just see what this is all about. I'm doing research for a YouTube video, so I want to know everything. So I scanned the QR code, and it brought me to a very official registration form for visitors to the museum. So I thought, well, I'll fill it out. So I'm starting to fill out a name and passport number and all the ID information, why you're going, are you associated with any organizations, this, that, the other thing. And it turns out it was a good thing I took the time to do that, because after a while, a woman came out, and the first thing she said was, oh, you have to scan this QR code to register. And I already did that, and I showed her on my phone. I've already completed the registration. So you have to register at the gate, register at the door, and then the security guard holds you there for a while. Then this woman came out, escorted me in, and then handed me off to another man, I think. And then this man started talking to me a lot. I couldn't understand a word he was saying. I couldn't get through. My brain couldn't interpret it. And then I'm trying already to escape. I'm thinking, how in the world am I going to get out of this system of control? I just want to wander around on my own. I have my own system. I've got my own style. I don't want someone hovering beside me the whole time. And so I was trying to explain to this guy, like, oh, is it okay? I don't need a guide. I don't need a group. I don't need any. I just want to go through and go really slowly. I like to read everything. And what I normally do is go through 3 times. And again, I'll talk about that in the next video. But I like to go through museums 3 separate times. And then this guy, he was like, no, wait. So I have to wait again. So I'm waiting in the lobby area. And then he disappeared. And then he came back with another man. And this man had some sort of an official uniform on. And it turned out he was a guide. And then he just launched into a guided tour. And again, I tried to stop him. Like, I don't need a guided tour. Like, is it okay if I just go by myself? That's what I would like to do. I don't need a guide. I can read everything. And he said, well, you can, but I will bring you around first, and then you can go by yourself. But I guess the guided tour is mandatory, maybe. Anyway, whatever it is, I couldn't stop him. And I did not enjoy the experience because my brain is terrible with accents. The man was speaking English. I'm sure his English vocabulary and grammar was perfectly fine. I'm sure he was saying interesting things, but I couldn't understand a word he was saying. I think other people could. Normal people with normal brains and normal ears, they would be able to understand him. It's not like his English was terrible. He just had a Malaysian accent. And my brain, I don't hear it. I need subtitles. If he came with subtitles, it would have been fine. And then as he started talking, I reflected that, well, since I am getting a tour, it would be nice to be a professional YouTuber and get out another microphone and ask him, because I've done that in the past and I have no trouble doing it. I did it in Sumatra. I went to museums there. Then I go there with the idea of being more professional. And I speak to the tour guide and say, is it okay if I put a microphone on you and film you during our tour? And they always say yes, and it turns out to be a lot of work, but it makes the video more interesting, I think. But this guy launched into the tour, and I was so freaked out about the security procedures and the registrations and the guides and the guards and everything. I still didn't even know if I was allowed to shoot video or take pictures. I saw a sign saying no flash. That makes sense in a museum. But if I took out my GoPro, maybe they're going to say, oh, no, you can't. So I was thinking it's better to ask for forgiveness rather than permission. I had the idea that if I asked, may I shoot video and can I put a microphone on you, then he would tell me, oh, no video, no, give me that camera. Let's lock that away in the office. We don't want you in here with a camera. Turned out video is absolutely accepted there. It was fine. But I didn't want to take the risk of them telling me no. So I went through the whole tour with him. I didn't understand a word he said, and I felt bad about it because he could tell how disinterested I was. And it wasn't because what he was saying wasn't interesting. I just don't know, because I couldn't understand what he was saying. And then he would take me to an exhibit and he would start talking, and I didn't want to encourage him, because if I gave him signs of encouragement, he might talk longer and longer and longer. So I just sort of looked around, and I tried to give the impression that I would be okay if we just hurry through this. And I think he thought I was annoyed or something. And I guess I was to a certain extent. But anyway, we did the whole tour. And then when the tour was finally over, I was exhausted. I was hot. Somehow not paying attention is harder, more tiring than paying attention. But even when I tried to pay attention, I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. So there's really no point to any of this. And then at the end of it, he just kind of scurried away. And I thanked him. Oh, thank you so much for the tour. And I confirmed, like, okay, I can go around on my own now? Is that okay? And he says, yeah. So finally he left, and I heaved this huge sigh. Like, oh, finally, now I can go all the way back to the beginning, and I can start reading all of the displays and go through it slowly and figure out what this place is about. Because up until that point, I didn't have a clue because I didn't know what he was talking about. And then I went through the whole museum on my own, and then I went through it a third time. And on the third time, that's when I shot video. And then everybody there saw me. I saw the man, the guide, I saw the other man, I saw other people, and they all saw me with the GoPro talking, and nobody had an issue with it. And I didn't do a deep dive into the museum. I didn't do like a Planet Doug extended cut. I just did a brief overview through some of the more interesting things, and then I left from there. So yeah, it didn't work out exactly the way I hoped it would, but I'm still glad I went, and it was an interesting museum, and I recommend people go there. But yeah, I think most other people won't be as thrown by the security procedures as I was. I'd like to know how things work. I'd like to understand what's going on. So I get thrown if I get thrust into a situation where all these things are happening and I don't know what's happening. Like, what are the rules and how long is this going to take? And it just kind of puts me on edge. Other people are probably more easygoing, and then they can just enjoy the museum. And so, oh, we're on a guided tour now, and I can't understand what this guy is saying. No big deal. We'll laugh and joke and do this and do that. But yeah, I do get a little bit tense if I don't know what's happening and I don't understand the procedure. I'd like to know the procedure. So, and on that same day, of course, the day before and that afternoon, or in the evening actually, I went to that Lakeshore Grill restaurant, which I didn't know at the time. It's right here in my neighborhood, another place I kept seeing out of the corner of my eye, and I finally went there. And it turned out it was a Bangladeshi restaurant. And that was quite interesting. And yeah, I won't talk a lot about that experience, shooting the video there, because everything is in the video, the main video on Planet Doug. I talked about going there, and I had a little bit of a struggle with the menu, understanding the ordering system, understanding what food is available, when it's available. And I talked about how the local people, the Bangladeshi migrant workers and the owners and everyone else who lives in Malaysia, they seem to know how these restaurants work. So they just show up and they know what food is available, what isn't available. And then it's a lot harder for someone like me. There was one interesting comment. Someone was teasing me a little bit because in my video I said exactly that Malaysians, or they, like, local people understand how these restaurants work, but me as a foreigner, I don't get it, and it's more confusing for me and harder to order. And then someone left a comment saying, it's kind of funny that, well, Bangladeshis, they are also foreigners. So they get it, and yet you're a foreigner, saying because you're a foreigner, you don't understand, but they're foreigners too, making a little bit of a joke. But of course, being a foreigner is a relative thing. A Bangladeshi migrant worker living in Malaysia, going to a Bangladeshi restaurant where all the food is Bangladeshi, the servers are all from Bangladesh, they all speak the local language, they can speak to them in their language. Well, they're not actually foreigners. As far as that restaurant is concerned, they're locals. I am very much a foreigner, so I didn't understand what was going on. The next Planet Doug video that I shot about places that I've always thought about going to and never got around to was at the National Textile Museum. So I finally went there, and I don't need to talk about the museum in any way because in the video I did a deep dive into the museum. I talked a lot about it, so I can't really add anything extra to that. But there is kind of an interesting behind the scenes angle to it in terms of shooting the video. And this partially comes from, there's another YouTuber out there right now. I'm following his channel very carefully. There's a guy from the United States. His channel is called American Hobo. I'll talk about him in the YouTube travel vlogger section. He's in Thailand right now, and he's on a bicycle, and he's riding his bicycle through Southeast Asia. He started in Vietnam, went through Cambodia, then Thailand, and he's coming down into Malaysia. He should be entering Malaysia on May 16th or 17th, something like that. No, June 16th or 17th. But anyway, he is a new YouTuber shooting video for the first time, and he talks about it a lot. You know, the whole experience of being on YouTube. How does this work? How does that work? Shooting video. And then one thing he said in a number of videos kind of interested me, where he talked about how shooting video for him was a little bit like a barrier. Like he was talking about how he's really enjoying shooting video and making videos for YouTube. He's basically saying, no, don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying it, but he's saying there is this sense that the camera is sort of interfering with his experience of the world because he's looking at the world through the LCD screen of the camera. And he was talking about that as if it is a function of cameras, that if you're taking pictures or shooting video, it takes you out of the moment and interferes with your of being present and really seeing the world around you. And this is a topic that I've thought about for almost my entire life because I've heard things like that all the time. It was like a truism in the old backpacker days that I talk about this all the time in different ways, that I always found it kind of funny that a backpacker, like in those days, backpackers are a little bit closer to hippies who, by going around the world with a backpack, exploring the world, in their mind, they were sort of rejecting culture and their home culture, their home society. They're getting out of the rat race and they're having an adventure going around the world. And then they might often talk a lot about how, oh yeah, back in the United States or whatever, everybody's competing who has the nicer car, who has more money, who has the nicer house, and I want to get away from all that. But it seems to be like a human instinct that no matter where you go, you create your own society where you can establish a hierarchy, where you are worse or better than other people. It's a human instinct to compete, basically. And I remember backpackers would compete with other backpackers on so many levels. And one of them was photography. I enjoy photography, I have my whole life, so I was generally traveling with a camera. And I enjoy taking pictures, and I enjoy having pictures. I enjoy the whole experience of it. It's essential to my life, whether photography or shooting video now. But then you might come across a backpacker who refuses to take pictures, and they turn it into a value of theirs that makes them better than you. Like if they see you taking pictures with your camera, they can't help themselves. They have to come up to you and talk to you and point out to you that they don't take pictures. So like, oh, you're taking pictures, yeah. And it's like they want to talk about it to prove that they're better than you are, that in this particular competition they win, because they say to you, well, I think that when you're always taking pictures, it's a barrier between you and life. It's kind of the equivalent of the modern day Instagram culture, where everybody's worried about taking the most beautiful Instagram photo of their holiday, and yet they're not really enjoying their holiday. They're worried too much about taking pictures. So these people will come up to me with my camera and then point out, like, I don't even have a camera. I never take pictures because I like to be involved. I like to see the world around me, and I don't want to think about having to take pictures all the time. So for them, the camera was a bad thing. And then the American Hobo, shooting video, he wasn't doing the one-upmanship. He wasn't competing with anybody, but he was talking about what it feels like to be shooting video, and he was sort of commenting on the burden side of it, that he's enjoying it, but at the same time, this camera between me and the world, it seems to be getting in the way. And I had two thoughts about that. One is maybe it's the nature of the camera, because he was shooting with a Pocket 3. And a Pocket 3 is an unusual camera because the lens is on a gimbal that can move on its own, pointing up, pointing down, left and right, and you can control the gimbal with a joystick. And because of that, I've played around with the Pocket 3, and I used to have a Pocket 2 that a Planet Doug subscriber gave me, and it was an amazing camera, but I could never really use it for a variety of reasons. But I noticed that when I was shooting with the Pocket 2, I was focused on the LCD screen because you didn't know where the gimbal was pointing. Like, it was hard to aim the camera. So I found when I was using the Pocket 2, all my attention was on the camera, and I'm looking at the LCD screen, and then I'm handling the joystick, and then so there really was something between me and the world. And the American Hobo is using a Pocket 3, and you can imagine that he's doing the same thing. So when he's at a temple or he's riding his bike, he's always looking at the screen of the camera and aiming it around. And that kind of is what he's thinking about. But the difference is, say, with a GoPro, you don't do the same thing. Like when I'm shooting video with my GoPro, I never look at the screen. Like at the very beginning, like even shooting this video, I hit record, or actually I turn on the camera and I look at the screen on the front, and I can see that, okay, my face is in frame. Okay, that's fine. Then the screen turns off and I never look at the screen again. And then when you're filming something with a GoPro, the lens is fixed to the camera body. So in order to aim the lens, you aim the body. That's all you need to do. So if I want to film up, if we assume this is the GoPro, I just go like this. I know it's filming up. I want to film ahead of me, I just aim the body of the camera there. I aim it to the right, I aim it to the left. I don't even have to look at the camera, and I certainly don't have to look at the LCD screen, because the GoPro field of view is so wide that all you do, like if I'm walking around Kuala Lumpur, Sumatra with a GoPro, I never, like the LCD screen isn't even on. I have it set up on a 1-minute timer. You hit record, the LCD screen is on for 60 seconds and then it turns off. So most of the time it's just completely black. And on this Hero 12, the LCD screen doesn't even work anymore anyway. So even if I look at the LCD screen, all I see are black and white lines. It's all just static on the screen. And it doesn't matter, because I'm not looking at the LCD screen at all. I'm looking at the real world, and I'm aiming the camera because I can aim the lens with the body. But you can't do that with the Pocket 3. With the Pocket 3, you either adjust the gimbal while looking at the LCD screen, or you turn on some kind of tracking mode, something like that. So that's one difference. I'm wondering whether he would have the same feeling if he was shooting with an Action 4 or Action 5 or a GoPro, where you can just point it and then you never look at the LCD screen. And so that's the first thing I thought of when I was listening to the American Hobo. And the second thing that I thought of, I think about this all the time, is that for me, using a camera makes my travel experience better. Like a lot of people in the past would say that your camera is interfering with your experience of the world, but for me, the camera makes it better and enriches it, because I'm looking at the world so much more carefully. In the old days, when I walked around with a film camera, I held it in my hand all the time. It was down at my waist. Like, I didn't have it in my knapsack. It was in my hand 24 hours a day. I just held it all the time. And then as I'm walking around, I'm looking at things to take pictures of. You're in the market, you see some incredible eels or fish or crabs or whatever, or a market seller, and I'm so much more aware of my surroundings because I'm looking at it as a photographer. And then I see everything, and I notice all the details, and I'm taking pictures of everything. I look up above me, I look down at the ground, I look to the right, the left. So the camera as a tool makes me much more aware of my surroundings. And then now that I'm shooting with video, it's even more than that, because for video, you're looking a little bit more for action and information and dialogue. So in fact, I engage with the world a lot more ever since I started shooting YouTube videos. Because if I'm in the mood and I have the energy, I will go out and talk to people. And if I'm going somewhere, I know I'm going to be talking about that place. So I find out about it beforehand. I read as much as I can. I make notes. I look at Google Maps. I plan things. I think about it, and I get all the information and all the history and all the details, so that when I get there and I start filming and I start talking, I don't sound like 100% an idiot. I know a little bit about what I'm talking about. And then I might actually talk to people, because talking with people it makes for a more interesting video. So for me, what the American Hobo was saying, and what other people were saying in the past, that the camera gets in the way of the experience, to me it's the exact opposite. For me, the camera makes the experience, whatever it is, richer and more interesting. And then this finally gets me around to what I was talking about, how I shoot places often 3 and even 4 times. It's like I do different sweeps, and that even helps me deepen the experience even more. This goes all the way back to when I was taking pictures. I remember, so for example, I went to Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and I would visit a temple, and I would walk through the entire temple, just absorbing the atmosphere, not taking pictures, not even thinking about using the camera. I'm just there, looking at everything, hearing everything, reading everything, and I go all the way through the temple. And then I get out the camera with, say, a wide-angle lens, and I walk through the entire temple, going back to the places I remember that were interesting, and I take pictures with the wide-angle lens. And you see the world in a new light suddenly. Something about the camera sharpens detail for you. And then I go all the way around the temple with the wide-angle lens, and then I put on a zoom lens or a telephoto, and I go through the whole temple again. But this time, because I have the telephoto lens, I can zoom in on smaller details, and I'm focusing on smaller regions, and I see so much more. Every time I go through it, I see it in a new way because of the different type of camera lens that I'm using. And that is the true with video now as well. So finally, my story, coming all the way back around to the Textile Museum here in Kuala Lumpur, I guess technically I did 4 sweeps of the Textile Museum. The first sweep was just online. I went to the website, I read everything on the website, looked at all the photos on the website, looked at Google Maps to see the location of it, basically learned as much as I can about the museum online before I go there. And then I got to the museum and I walked through the entire museum, and I just had the GoPro in my knapsack. I wasn't even walking around with it. And then, that is my experience of the museum. I go to every single gallery, read all of the displays, read all the information, look at everything, and go to all 4 galleries, the outdoor balcony, the lobby in the back, everything. I basically go to the museum like a normal tourist. And now that I've already gone through, that's sweep number 2, and now I get out my GoPro and I go through the entire museum a second time. Like there are 4 galleries there, 2 on the main floor, 2 on the upper floor. So I go all the way back to the beginning. Now I get out the GoPro and I start all over again from the beginning. It's like here we are in the lobby. And because I've already gone through the museum, I kind of know what I'm talking about and I know what exhibits I want to show. And then I go through the lobby area, then go into gallery number 1, then gallery 2, then 3, then 4. And I go through the entire museum with my GoPro talking on camera. And that's sweep number 3. And then finally, when all of that is done, I like to take pictures as well. I put away the GoPro, and these days I use my smartphone. So then I go through the entire museum a 4th time, and now everything that I talked about on video, I remember, okay, I talked about this mannequin, I talked about this piece of jewelry, I talked about that display, and I remember everywhere I went, and I go through the whole museum, and I take a picture of every single thing that I mentioned during the video shoot. So I go through the museum basically 4 times, virtually, and then physically, then with the GoPro video camera, then with my smartphone or picture taking camera. And that's kind of how I approach shooting one of these videos, basically. And this gets to what the American Hobo was talking about, how the camera gets in the way of his experience of the world. For me, it's exactly the opposite, especially now that I'm shooting video. If I weren't shooting video, obviously there's no way I would have done that deep a dive into the Textile Museum. I would have just gone there as a regular tourist. I mean, when I was there, I saw people go through that museum. I swear they were done with the whole place in 10 minutes. I saw them come in the front door and they just go out the door. And I mean, they didn't read anything, didn't actually absorb anything. But me as a YouTuber, it's a little bit of a job for me, and I'm trying to do the best job I can. I'm trying to get the information accurate if I can. The Textile Museum was a bit challenging from that point of view because there was so much information, and a lot of it I didn't understand. So even going through it, the 3rd wave with the video camera where I'm supposed to start talking, there were a couple of exhibits. I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm talking about here. I don't understand what this means, a lot of it. And I just sort of fumbled my way through it. So that's one angle to the behind the scenes story for the Textile Museum. And the final thing I wanted to talk about is this idea of doing the 4 sweeps. Does that make a good YouTube video? I mean, it makes the YouTube video accurate for the most part. I pride myself on getting things right. If I make a mistake in a video and I realize it while I'm editing, I make a strong effort to correct it. In this case, for example, I said a couple of things that were wrong about the architect. I talked about how A.B. Hubbock, he built this, and he designed this, and he designed this. And one of the things I said that he designed, I found out later on, I fact check my videos, and I discovered I was wrong. That building was built at the same time of the museum, but Hubbock had nothing to do with the architecture. He was not the designer for that building. So what I said was completely wrong. So then I try to go back into the video and cut out that part. And another part that I had to correct, well, that's a different video. I'll talk about that in a minute. But what I wonder is, would it be better not to do any of that? Because the difference is, say I didn't do the 4 sweeps of the museum. What if I just went to the museum fresh? Didn't do any research, didn't know anything about it, didn't even know where it was. And then I start shooting with my GoPro as I get to the museum. And then I go through the museum shooting video the first time I go through an exhibit. Maybe the video is a more enjoyable experience from that point of view. But at the same time, I wouldn't know anything, right? The video, I've done it in the past. I have shot videos like that, and then you go walk into the first gallery. Like the very first gallery there was called the Pohang Booty Gallery, and there's a big sign there that tells you the theme of the gallery. So let's say I went there without doing any research beforehand, and I just have my GoPro running. I was like, oh, here we are. Here's the museum. Oh, here's the first gallery. What's this? Oh, here's a sign that's telling us about the gallery. Oh, and I take video of the sign, and now I'm reading it for the first time on video, and I'm going to get everything wrong, and I'm learning everything at the same time the viewer is learning it, because I'm reading, oh, the Bodhi tree, oh, the theater of life, oh, it's about the origin of life, and this gallery, let me see, let me read this for a minute. Oh, this gallery is all about the history of textiles. Oh, it's about the origins and the technology. Oh, that should be interesting. So like I'm learning it in real time, and the learning is on video. But what I did was I read everything first, and then I went through the museum, and I knew all this already, and I could just say, yeah, this gallery called the Booty Tree Gallery, and it's about the history of textiles and the technology of making textiles. And then when I went through the gallery, I knew what every exhibit was already talking about. So I do wonder, what's the best thing to do? Because I watch a lot of YouTube videos, travel vloggers, and there are a lot of videos I've seen where people, the YouTuber, talks about this specifically, where they say, they try to turn a fault into a virtue, if you know what I mean. It feels like they're almost defensive about it. Like the YouTuber will be traveling and they arrive in a new city in somewhere, and they'll say on videos like, yeah, I didn't read anything about this town beforehand. I don't know anything about it. I don't have a clue what's here or what's going on or how to do anything. And they make it sound like that's part of the huge adventure. Like it's a good thing to do no preparation and no reading in advance and no research and have no idea what's going on. It's like, yeah, this is a wild and crazy time. This is such a crazy experience. I don't know what's going on. Look at that. I don't know what that is. And oh, there's this crazy statue over there. I have no idea what that statue was about. Some guy, I guess. Right, so that's how their video comes across, and I guess it's fun and upbeat. And I do wonder, okay, what's the best way to go about it? Do you want somebody to go up to the statue and say, oh yeah, this statue is from the founder of this city from 1822 because he arrived from Portugal? And you know, you if I were the person, I would have read the plaque first and then I would have shot video of it. But which is the better way to do it from a YouTube experience? Yeah, it's an open question, I guess. But that is how I shot the National Textile Museum. I have one more video I want to talk about. I haven't even posted it yet to Planet Doug, but it's 1 o'clock now, and I don't want to push it too far. They allowed me to check out late, and I said, yeah, like 2 o'clock, is that okay? And yeah, 2 o'clock is fine. So I'm going to pack up now and get ready, and I'll check out around 1:30 and walk to my new hotel. I don't think I will record walking to my new hotel because I've got bags to carry and it's just going to be a bit of a hassle, but we'll see. I'll restart this video once I arrive at my new home at the Swings, and let me look it up just so I have the name of the hotel straight at the very least. I said it was Swings and Ladders, but it's actually Swing and Pillows. Swing and Pillows. So let's find out what this place is all about. A quick step, hop, and a jump, and I'm here at my new hotel, the Swing and Pillows. I'm up on the 5th floor, and it feels like much more of a real hotel than the Jaya Hotel Masjid India. I kind of like the Jaya Hotel because of the atmosphere there. It's just sort of a casual place with a very little in the way of formality. Here, they're part of a chain, they have systems, So inside the lobby area, it's a very small area. Like I said, it's more like a hallway just outside of the elevator. And there's two women there sitting behind a desk with a computer and a printer and a photocopier, things like that. And they have a whole stack of folders there, like blue plastic folders. And each folder is a reservation for a room that's been prepared in advance with all the proper pieces of paper, things like that. So when I showed up and handed over my passport, they just looked through the stack. Oh, here's your reservation, sir. You're here for this many nights. You ordered this kind of room. And you have to pay a deposit, 50 ringgit deposit, but then they give you a big receipt for that 50 ringgit deposit. And then she did say to me, oh, like your room, the one you booked, sir, has no window. And I was like, yeah, I'm aware of that. It's, that's my life. I don't mind it because, as I've talked about many times, the windowless room is usually quieter, less mosquitoes, less cigarette smoke, less exhaust from cars. I mean, I don't mind having no windows. If I had a big balcony, I'd go out there once, look around the neighborhood, and then I'd never go out there again anyway. So, but yeah, it's also much more of a real room. It's actually pretty good value. I'm surprised I said it was a little bit cheaper because they offer single beds, like single rooms, but this is clearly a double bed, 4 pillows. And they have some, nice little bedside table, which you don't get at the Jaya Hotel. Safe down there. There's some nice space. It's a small room, but everything is nice. The air conditioner, I can already feel it. Nice and strong, works fine. Check that out. Beautiful mirror, TV, desk, and look at that. Planet Doug is in the lap of luxury. Kettle's got some tea and some sugar, some creamer, some coffee, a couple of bottles of water. You don't get any of that at the Jaya Hotel, Masjid, India. A chair, absolute luxury. A place up here where you could put things, stay organized, some hangers, even a ironing board. When was the last time you saw an ironing board? So I guess maybe they have irons available at the front desk. And then even in the bathroom, check this out. Lap of luxury. I've got a hair blower, which actually works. Supply of a toothbrush and toothpaste. 2 towels. At the Jaya Hotel Masjid India, you actually have to ask for a towel, and they sort of look at you like, really? Okay, I'll go get you one. But it isn't automatic. And everything in here seems fine. Hot water, soap in a little dispenser. Yeah. And there it is. Home sweet home. Yeah. It's my habit to check the drawers. Who knows what the previous guest left in the drawers, and I do not want to be responsible for anything that somebody else tucked away and left behind. So yeah, drawers are empty. Yeah, here we are. All right, I'm gonna make myself a cup of coffee and get back into podcasting. Oh, one thing about these rooms, I mention this all the time, and then people tell me I'm crazy. And they say, oh, you're that can't be right. You have no idea what you're talking about. But the thing in Asia for me is that beds usually don't have a top sheet. So in this case, this bed has a thick comforter, right, which is way too hot. So I generally don't use the comforter. But if you don't use the comforter, well, there's no sheet. So then you're just lying completely bare on the bed. So you have a choice between lying completely bare or underneath a duvet or a comforter that's way too thick and way too hot. There's nothing in between, which is why I carry my own bed sheet in my backpack, because I love to have a cotton sheet. But then people, when I've said this in the past, people say, nah, every hotel I've ever stayed in, they always give you a sheet. I mean, you're crazy. What are you talking about? But yeah, in these low budget hotels, yeah, you often, most of the time in Asia, in my experience, yeah, you don't get a sheet. So it's nice to bring my own. All right, see you in a minute. I'm all moved in. Could not have asked for a smoother transition, and I've got my coffee from what was inside the hotel room, boiled the water in the hotel kettle, and I'm using the hotel porcelain mug. So, yeah, I've moved up in the world in many ways, which is kind of odd because in terms of the booking online, as I said, I couldn't get a good price for the Jaya Hotel. And so had I booked more nights at the Jaya Hotel, it would have been much more expensive than this room. But this room ended up being a lot cheaper and a lot nicer in the end. It's just nicely appointed. Everything is here. As much as I enjoy the somewhat chaotic, informal tone of the Jaya Hotel, Masjid India, and the staff there, I know the main guy that works there quite well, and we get on quite well. Very friendly, very interesting guy. Things are sort of breaking in that room. I mean, like, there's no mirrors at all. There's no mirror in the bathroom. That broke ages ago, and the bathroom is really hard to get in and out of, and you don't get anything there. Like, there's no complimentary water and coffee and toothbrushes and towels and things like that. So this is definitely a step up in the world. Then I've got myself all organized. I'm all moved in nicely. Turned out there was an electrical outlet right here beside the bed, as well as one on the desk where the kettle is, and that's amazing. That it's a small thing to focus on, but having one extra outlet near the bed makes all the difference in the world, in the modern world, because you have to charge up so many devices all the time. It just makes life so much more convenient. And for recording this video, I've got a chair, the room's chair, sitting on the bed, but I made sure to put my luggage bag on the bed so that, and I cleaned, like, whenever I do this quite often, I often use the chair on the bed to put my camera on. But of course the base of the chair leg is usually quite dirty, so I have to flip the chair over and then get out a rag or a scrubber and wash and clean the legs of the chair before I put it on the bed. And then in this case, the sheets are so nice and so bright and white, I didn't dare smudge them at all. So even though I cleaned the legs, the feet of the chair, I also put down a luggage bag so that keeps the bed nice and clean. And I took a quick shower to cool down. It's kind of funny. It's one of these electric heaters, of course. That's what they use in this part of the world. And they can get quite complicated, especially if over the years all of the labels have worn off. So you're looking at this thing and quite often you don't know how to turn it on. And this one, I couldn't figure it out. I know that there's always a separate fuse. So there's a power switch just for the water heater, and it's outside the bathroom somewhere. So there's also a separate power switch and fuse for the air conditioner. So you have to find where that power panel is, make sure you turn on the switch for the air conditioner and the hot water heater, and then you go in and there can be all kinds of different valves for running the water. And I wasn't sure which one turned on the water flow. And I tried and I tried and I tried and I fiddled. I twisted this, I twisted this, I twisted this. I could not get the water to turn on. And I thought, okay, I'm not going to be one of those guys that goes down to the front desk like a dummy and says, I don't know how to turn on the shower. Can you come help me? And then they come up and they push a button. Beep. That's how you do it. I'm like, oh, for Pete's sake. I didn't even see that button. And it turns out I gave up on it. I couldn't find it anywhere, how to turn on the water. And I was just going to use another hose just to sort of soak myself and then dry off again. But I thought, okay, you can figure this out. You're not a complete moron. And then I finally found on the bottom of the heater, there was a big wide area that had a seam around it. And I thought, oh, that could be a big switch. And it turned out you have to push in the whole front of the heater. And that was actually a switch, but it doesn't look like a switch. And it used to have a label on it, push to start or something like that. But the label is long gone. But at the last minute, I figured out how to get the water to flow through the hot water heater. So that was a big triumph on my part. And I'm hooked into their internet. Internet seems great. The Wi-Fi is nice and strong. I did a speed test. For downloading, it's extremely fast. For uploading, less so, but it's more than good enough for me to upload videos. So the Wi-Fi seems good. Nice and quiet in here, nice and bright. I've got 3 separate lights up there on the ceiling. Yeah, it's probably kind of crazy to take hotel rooms this seriously, to focus so much on every little detail, but it's a big part of my life, especially with a budget hotel. You got to figure these things out, and all these little things make a big difference, make your life a lot more comfortable. So, yeah, everything is worked out, and I've got my GoPro set up here with the USB-C power, and then a lavalier mic plugged directly into the GoPro media mod. So everything's good to go. Oh, and when I walked here, I made sure to walk across the same bridge so I could look for the turtle, and the turtle was gone. So at somehow or other, it managed to flip itself over and then get back down into the river. You wouldn't think that there's a lot of wildlife in that Klang River, because it does look pretty, it looks from the surface, it looks full of garbage. It looks kind of polluted. It doesn't look like it's water that anything could really live in, but you see some pretty large animals in there. Like the big monitor lizards. I see some huge ones in there from time to time, and I see turtles like that. It's quite a big turtle. And then while I was looking at the water this time, a big fish came up and out, kind of came up out of the water and plopped back in again. It was a big, big fish. So yeah, there's a lot of creatures live in that river. Yeah, I guess I can't really think of anything negative about this hotel. The location is good enough. It's in a new neighborhood, kind of newish district of my same neighborhood. So I have new restaurants to discover. There's a 7-Eleven right downstairs, basically, right on the corner. So that's fine. The only downside for me is the fact that it is in Malaysia. So even though the hotel room, the base price is relatively low, by the time you add the 10 ringgit per night tourism tax and all the other service fees, all of the taxes, it really gets to be quite expensive. So it's unfortunate. If the base price was the price that you pay, it's like when I was in Vietnam, that was one thing I appreciated, that whatever the price listed anywhere on Agoda, on Booking, at the hotel, on some sort of website, if it said this is how much the room costs, that's how much the room costs. That's what you pay total. Here in Malaysia, you have to add, I don't know, another 30%, on top of it before you get to the real price, maybe 40% sometimes. It's a lot of taxes and fees, I find. And then the tourism tax, the dreaded tourism tax. So I was going through the catalog of Planet Doug videos that I shot here and giving the behind the scenes stories a little bit of a technical behind the scenes. And the last one, I haven't even posted the video yet. I decided to learn how to ride the Beam e-scooter. And so I did that, and I'll be putting out the video. It's a kind of a technical video. It's not a fun, let's zoom around KL on a scooter and just have a great time. It's more about what interests me, and what interests me is the technology. Okay, downloading the app. How do you open an account? Once you have the app and an account and you open up the map, how do you find the scooters? What kind of information does the app give you when you get to the scooter? How do you scan it? How do you turn it on? How do you pay for it? How do you ride it? I love all that kind of stuff. So that's what my video kind of focused on. And I haven't posted it to Planet Doug yet. This will probably come out before that video does. And in terms of filming, I made a lot of mistakes because it's almost like to be a YouTuber, you need to be 3 different people, because you're running the camera, of course, you're the cameraman. You're also sort of the location manager, the guy who does the research and figures out where they're going and what kind of the physical environment is going to be like. And then you're in front of the camera as well. You are the talent, so to speak. And quite often, unless you're really preparing for it, one of those gets neglected. And in this case, I was so focused on the technology, learning how to use the app and everything and ride the scooter, the camera side of things got neglected. So when it came down to filming myself riding the scooter, I did a very poor job. So in fact, I had the GoPro. I was just walking around with the Jaws Flex clamp, which has this gooseneck, and that's what I normally walk around with all the time. And then it has the big jaws that clamp onto things. And I hadn't thought ahead to a better way to do it. I didn't bring the right gear, though. To be honest, all the right gear is still back in Sumatra with my bicycle. I didn't bring any handlebar mounting apparatus with me. This is pretty much the only thing I have. But anyway, all I did was clamp the jaws onto the handlebars, and then off I went. Of course, the very first bump that I hit, the whole GoPro Flex clamp, it feels very stiff in your hand, but with the force of gravity and going over a bump, the whole thing just spun around and bent and twisted, and the GoPro just wouldn't stay in place. So then I had to stop, remove the gooseneck, lower the GoPro, and even then it really wasn't in a solid position, because when you're walking around holding the GoPro, you don't have to tighten things down as much. I'm always moving the GoPro, like aiming it up and down, so I want the thumb screws to be a little bit loose. I don't tighten them all the way down, because I'm always adjusting the angle. I leave them semi-loose. So that's how it was on the scooter. So when I first attached the GoPro, I had to stop to remove the gooseneck, because that was too loose, and I put everything back on. And then the next bump I went over, whoop, the GoPro bent again, because I hadn't tightened down all the thumb screws. So then I had to stop the GoPro, tighten all the thumb screws, and adjust everything. It was like, oh, for Pete's sake. I should have done all this in advance. I should have thought it through. And then, of course, I'm riding the scooter, and I should have gotten video of me zooming by the camera, riding the scooter. But I never really got set up for that. So all I have is one GoPro mounted on the handlebars, pointing forward, and one GoPro on my neck mount, filming the handlebars downward to see my hand position and operating the brake and the throttle and things like that. And I knew I should stop the scooter, remove the GoPro, find a fence post or a tree, attach the GoPro to the tree, ride the scooter back down the road, turn around, ride past the GoPro, wave at it from my scooter, and then turn around, go back and get the GoPro. And I was so preoccupied with shooting the video and learning about the app. I just didn't have any brain power left over to do that. I hadn't thought about it in advance, so I didn't make room in my brain for doing that, and I ended up not doing it at all. So I have no video of me actually riding the scooter, though I should have done that. But it's almost like going to the museum, the Textile Museum. I knew that if I just went through the museum once, there's no way I could record everything. I can't be a tourist at the museum, be a YouTuber shooting video at the museum, and take pictures at the museum all at the same time. I'll forget one of them. I'll go through a whole area and it's like, oh shoot, I forgot to shoot any video, and I got to go back and take video, and then, oh, for Pete's sake, I forgot to take pictures. I have to switch from tourist mode, go around the museum, then switch to video mode, YouTuber, then switch to camera guy taking pictures, and then I have to switch to research guy, and then you switch to editor guy. It's like you have to divide your brain up into 5 different people in order to do one of these things. At least I find I need to do that. And I just wasn't able to do it for the Beam e-scooter video. But it was fun. I enjoyed doing that. I don't think it's something I will do on a regular basis, because as I pointed out in the video, for my lifestyle, it's just too expensive. All I did on the e-scooter was ride to my local grocery store because I needed to buy some coffee creamer. I'd run out, and I thought, oh, I can ride the scooter to my favorite grocery store, buy some, and then I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And the creamer costs 10 ringgit for a big bag of this powdered creamer. So 10 ringgit was all I was going to spend, but the way it worked out, my first scooter experiment failed. I couldn't turn on the scooter. I thought it was broken. So I gave up on that, and I think I ended up paying 6 ringgit, 6 or 7 ringgit, and I never even got on the scooter. Then the next scooter, I rode it to the grocery store, and that cost 11 ringgit. And then if I rode it back to my hotel, that would have been another like 10 ringgit. So it would have cost me 27 ringgit to get to the store to buy something for 10 ringgit, which makes no sense at all because the distance to the store was about 1.8 kilometers, and I walk that distance all the time. So normally, if I need to buy some more instant coffee or some cornflakes, my two staples in life, or some milk or something, I walk the 1.8 kilometers to the store and buy something, and I walk back to my hotel. So in the future, it's not like I'm going to spend nearly 30 ringgit to get to the store and back on one of these e-scooters. For that much money, you could hire a Grab to do it for you, 2 different Grabs to drive you there and drive you home again. It would be the same, basically the same price. So yeah, it's not something I would do normally. But everything else about the e-scooter, I can leave it. You can watch the e-scooter video when it finally comes out, I suppose. All right, YouTube stories. So I'm going to talk about some of the YouTube travel vloggers that I follow when I have the time to do it. But the first thing I wanted to talk about is a recent sense I have that the quality of YouTube is going down rapidly. And it's a trend that I've seen for a long time, but with the relatively recent introduction of AI, it's accelerated. And YouTube, I guess it's my fault as well, because I guess I have an addictive personality perhaps, because I find myself getting sucked into the world of YouTube shorts, where I'll see something. I'm a sucker for all kinds of little YouTube short videos, especially if they say something like, this new movie on Netflix is blowing their minds, or, it's the most amazing TV series out of Denmark of all time, or something like that. And I'm like, ooh, what's that? And 2 hours later, I'm still scrolling through the YouTube shorts. They really know how to hook me. And with the introduction of AI, of course, all of the unscrupulous people around the world are jumping on that quickly, because you can now use AI to just pump out crappy, garbage, drivel, hopelessly dumb videos. You just tell the AI what you want, and it will just make it for you. And you can just set up your computers to just pump out these videos nonstop, hundreds of them, thousands of them. And there's all these YouTube channels suddenly emerging that are just filled with hundreds of really, really dumb, inaccurate videos, like really poor quality, no effort to get their facts right or anything at all. And it's on my mind because the other day, I did see exactly what I was talking about. I saw a YouTube short that said something. Oh no, it was a YouTube video. It wasn't even a short. It was an actual video that said, this new movie on Netflix is getting, raves from critics and everybody loves it. And so I, with my interest in movies and TV shows, I went, ooh, I wonder what that could be. So I click on the video, and right out of the gate, it was obvious the whole thing had been done by an AI. Because it was just an avalanche of words that had been strung together that sounded like they were talking about a movie, but it was like it was done by a computer that didn't know what a movie was really. It was pretending to be a human being. And it just went on and on. The video was about 3 minutes long, and I could tell right away that it wasn't going to say anything. It wasn't going to be interesting, but I wanted to know the name of the movie. So I just sat through the entire 3-minute avalanche of words about nothing. It never really said anything, and it went on and on and on and on, and it was so annoying, and it was so dumb. I was feeling just kind of stressed out and frustrated, but I thought, okay, just hang in there. At some point, they have to tell you the name of the movie at least. Find out what movie it is they're talking about. So I watched the entire 3-minute video, and it went all the way to the end, and they never said the name of a movie. So the whole thing was fake. Not only was the script fake, the voice faked, everything was fake. There was no movie at all. And they just they tricked me into watching a 3-minute video that didn't even have a subject. And then when you went down to the video description, you could see all these lines that were AI prompts. It was not AI prompts, but it was like the AI instructions to itself. It said, paragraph 1, talk about how amazing the video or the movie is and how much the critics like it. Paragraph 2, audience reaction and how they love it. Paragraph 3, it's suspenseful and it's exciting and it's on streaming now. And it was paragraph by paragraph by paragraph. The whole AI script was laid out. And then they forgot the paragraph where it says, okay, now tell them the name of the movie. Because in the description, they never mentioned an actor, they never mentioned a plot, they never mentioned any single fact or figure or anything. It was just, it's even hard for my brain to recreate this flow of meaningless words that never actually say anything, but AI is very, very good at that. But I see so many things, and I see so many videos now where they have a deliberate mistake in it, and that really annoys me as well. And for example, it might be a video, a YouTube short that says the 10 greatest rock anthems of 1974, and I'm a sucker for those as well. So I click on that short, and then it will start at number 10. And of course, you're hooked in the video because you want to know what is number 1. And it goes through 9 rock anthems from 1974, gets to number 2, and you're waiting for number 1, and then the video ends. They don't give you number 1. And so many of these videos do that, and they do it on purpose. Or they will have a clip from a movie, and this is a very common trick as well, where they'll take like an exciting scene from a movie, put it in as a YouTube short, but then nowhere in the video do they tell you the name of the movie the clip is from. And they do that on purpose, or they will give you the name of the movie, but it will be the wrong movie. And it's such an obvious mistake, you know that they also did it on purpose, because leaving out the number 1 song, leaving out the name of the movie, or getting the name of the movie completely wrong, that drives outrage and it drives engagement. So then everybody goes to the comments, what is the name of this movie? What is the name of this movie? Everybody's leaving comments. Can someone tell me what movie is this scene from? Or if you give the wrong name of the movie, like, oh, you idiots, that's not this movie, it's this one. And everybody's correcting the video, which leaves hundreds of comments of people correcting the mistake. So you know that the bot, the AI, was instructed to make the mistake on purpose to drive engagement. And I just hate that. It's another sign of the decline of the quality levels of YouTube in general. And I wonder, I'm sure people at YouTube are aware of this, but how do you fight back against it? And then, of course, pronunciation. The AI drives me crazy when it pronounces things wrong. With my history as an English teacher and English editor and pronunciation. And if it's an obvious word, that's what really drives me crazy. Something like book, and they say bok. And it's like, oh, it just hurts. It's like, oh, come on, AI. You're not, how can you be that dumb? And anyway, it just drives me crazy. But I have seen a trend where YouTube, the quality is really is nosediving. It's getting worse and worse. And there is a flood of bad content appearing on YouTube because AI can just pump out this stuff like out of a factory assembly line with no concern for quality or accuracy or anything like that at all. Drives me crazy. However, we still have human beings making videos, YouTube vloggers, and most of these people that I'm going to be talking about, I haven't really been following their story that carefully, but I thought I'd talk about them in a general kind of way. The first one is the YouTube travel vlogger. The channel is called We Hate the Cold, and it's a guy named Harry from the UK, and I've been following him for a while. He was based in Thailand, and then he came up with this idea kind of to follow in the footsteps or follow in the tire tracks of Itchy Boots and ride a scooter all the way from Thailand back to the UK. And he set off to do this, and he has a particular interest in history. So yeah, I just want to turn off auto rotate on my phone. I hate it when it constantly goes from portrait to landscape. But yeah, so he set off, and I've talked about him in the past where he's had to take a couple of runs at this because he set off on his scooter, and then he tried to get into Vietnam, and he wasn't allowed to cross the border with his scooter. The paperwork or the licensing or the registration, whatever it was, Vietnam said, no, you can't come into Vietnam with that scooter. So he went all the way back to Bangkok and got a bicycle from Decathlon, and then he turned around, he left his scooter in Bangkok, and then he went all the way back to the border, and he crossed on a cheap Decathlon bicycle, rode all the way up to Hanoi in Vietnam, and then there he went back. From there he went back to, what did he do? I mean, he also went, he was on the scooter. He went through Laos and Cambodia on his scooter. Then he rode his bicycle through Vietnam. And then he went back to Bangkok to reset. And he was going to start his journey by scooter to go back to the UK. And in general, I didn't have any hope for his journey because I think it was pretty clear he did not have enough money. He couldn't just do the journey on his own. So he was counting on his YouTube channel blowing up, and then he would earn enough money from YouTube by hook or by crook to pay for the trip. And it's just me reading between the lines that his channel did not blow up in the way he had hoped. He worked really hard, and there were certain elements on his YouTube channel that seemed like he was doing everything right, where he's like riding on a mechanized vehicle. That gets a lot of attention on YouTube. Itchy Boots on her motorcycle. People who ride motorcycles are popular on YouTube. And then he was riding, Paddy Doyle on his scooter in Thailand was very popular. So he's following in their footsteps. And then he also has a UK style sarcastic sense of humor. He's kind of a crazy guy with a sharp-edged humor and kind of and that attracts a lot of attention as well from foreigners, like other British people watching his channel, stuff like that. And he's a funny guy. He's high energy, and he also had a lot of missteps. And you'd think that alone would also make his channel very popular. Where one of his very first videos, I think the very first one of his that I watched, he ran into all kinds of trouble where he just set off from Bangkok. He got everything ready, his license and permits and customs papers and on and on. It was a big deal to get to that point. And then one of the very first days, he lost his wallet with everything in it. So he lost all his bank cards and credit cards and driver's license, and everything was gone like before he'd even started, and like running out of gas and his scooter breaking down, and he went off-road all the time. So rather than taking his scooter on flat, smooth pavement and having an easy journey, he deliberately chose the toughest roads he could find that were rocky and steep and difficult, full of mud. Again, the Itchy Boots kind of model. And then so he was always crashing and things were breaking, and he had a lot of trouble with flat tires and this and that. And I don't know, a lot of adventures along the way. And he covered a lot of history, like he was very interested in the CIA secret war in Vietnam and Laos during the Vietnam War, stuff like that. And then when he went into Thailand and Malaysia, he was talking about communist insurgencies in Malaysia and fighting here and there. And I don't know, it seemed like, I think in his mind, he was thinking, I'm doing everything right, and yet his videos were not getting the upward climb in view count that he was counting on. So he was still in the, single digit of thousands, 1,000 views, 2,000, 3,000, sometimes higher than that. But he wasn't getting the Itchy Boots 500,000 views, and he wasn't getting even the 30,000 views of a Paddy Doyle video, things like that. And I think that has kind of worn him out to an extent. And I do end up thinking about that a lot. When I go through the comments on his videos, everybody praises the videos, but I do see things, if he asked me for my honest opinion, I would say, well, you might want to try this, try a different approach. For one thing, the focus on history, I don't know, there's something odd about it. I could be completely wrong about this. Maybe it's because of my own brain, but I know his video was about this particular piece of history. Like he might say at the beginning, there's a secret air base built by the CIA out here in Laos, and we're going to go look at it. And I know the video is about that, and I watched the whole video, but by the end of the video, I can't remember anything that he actually said. It's like none of the actual history of that story came through the video and penetrated my brain. Like there was a lot of him standing in places where something historic happened, and he would get very breathless and very excited about it. Like, wow, I can't believe I'm standing here where... And then after he went through that whole thing, I would pause the video and think, well, like what actually happened there? I think I was listening really, really carefully for the whole video, and yet I never really knew what he was talking about. There was like a breathless pace to the storytelling that even if there was a niche market of people who are really interested in Vietnam War history, World War II history, Japanese occupation history, if there were a lot of people interested in that, it felt like his videos didn't actually convey any of that information. And like I said, I listened really hard and I'm paying attention. I guess it was a bit like the guide I talked about at the Biomedical Museum. I'm listening and listening, and I'm like, nothing you're saying is penetrating. And with Harry's history focus at the end of the video, like I said, I don't know what it was about. I can't tell. And other people, like nobody said that in the comments. Like, Harry, you're talking about history, but you're not explaining it very clearly. I don't really understand what you're talking about. So maybe it was just me. So my advice, look at me. Who am I to give YouTube advice? But just to try something, I would say, well, just get rid of the history angle. Just be a guy having an adventure on this scooter, trying to ride around the world like everybody else is doing. And maybe you can gain an audience. I think more people seemed interested in him as a person on a travel adventure than in the history. He seemed passionate about the history, but it didn't seem to be engaging, didn't seem to be clicking with an audience. But he also did narration. So all his videos were like almost 100% narration, where he would film during the day from the scooter, but he didn't actually narrate in real time. He would shoot everything, and then he would put all the video on his computer and run the video, and then he would get a microphone, just like I'm doing right now, and then he would narrate the story afterwards. So he's doing voiceover narration for the whole thing. And that kind of led to, for me anyway, not understanding what he was talking about. Even when he was traveling, he would have a travel day in India in particular. He came down to Malaysia, and then he got on a boat and put his scooter onto a boat and shipped it to India, reunited with his scooter. And then I thought, okay, now the adventure is going to begin. Like, these are going to be crazy, exciting, fun videos of him trying to navigate India on this little putt-putt scooter. But somehow when he got to India, he jumped vast distances. Like, he started in like the dock where he got his scooter, where the boat docked, and he got his scooter. Next thing I knew, he was in New Delhi. I was like, how the heck did you get from here? It was like that amount of traveling for me should have been 10 videos, like 10 days of traveling and all these adventures, and yet he just sort of skipped all of that, and he was doing this breathless voiceover narration. And then I watched the whole video and I was like, I have no idea what happened. Like, I know you just had this huge adventure in India. Somehow you got to New Delhi. I think that's where I couldn't really figure out where he started and where he ended up. And maybe I'm just a dummy, but my advice to him would have been to just slow down and just record the video in real time. Like, I would get rid of the voiceover narration completely. I would just, in the morning, just grab your camera, GoPro, whatever it is, and all right, here we are, starting the day, and then clip the GoPro to the handlebars of your scooter and zoom off and record the day as it happens and string those clips together, and that's the video. I think they would be better videos than his highly produced voiceover narration with a lot of graphics and a lot of funny things and jokes. I don't know, that style just didn't seem to be working. So yeah, he was in India, and then he had some bad luck because he was going to cross the border in the Kashmir area from India into Pakistan. And of course, that was going to be a big adventure. I can imagine a video on YouTube talking about crossing the border, because everyone knows the Kashmiri district is hotly disputed between Pakistan and India. So that's a big, you got to have, it's an adventure to go into that part of the world and try to cross the border. Not many people do it. But just as he was heading to the border with Pakistan, that's when there was that attack. There's like a terrorist attack on a bunch of tourists. A bunch of people got killed. These men just showed up and then shot a bunch of people and then disappeared again. So of course there was all this threat. There's this risk of a war breaking out between Pakistan and India again, like a border war. And then the border was closed, of course, and everybody was on high alert. And he posted a video about how a bomb squad found his scooter in whatever city he was in. I don't even know what city he was in, to be honest. But he parked his scooter, and then suddenly it was surrounded by a big crowd of people, officials or soldiers, and they had these special, those like mirrors almost that you put underneath a car to look for bombs, things like that. So that, because he said because the license plate was from Thailand, it just looked very weird. He parked it out in public, and then he went somewhere. And then it was like, whoa, like it looked suspicious. And then he posted this video about all the problems he was having with that. And then he had to talk to a bunch of official people, governments. He was being interrogated. And then he was trying to do something to figure out whether he could cross the border or not. But again, I watched the whole video. And by the end of the video, I couldn't tell you what happened. It feels like this was a slam dunk as a YouTube video, where crossing the border between India and Pakistan, and a terrorist attack, the border closed, investigating his scooter with the bomb squad. It feels like that video should just go viral, and yet somehow it just didn't work as a YouTube video. And I was like scratching my head. It's like, maybe it's just me. But again, like I said, I watched the whole video twice. And then the second time I watched it, I was like, I still don't really know what happened. Well, I couldn't put the pieces together. It was just moving too fast and jumping from thing to thing, and I couldn't follow the story. So the excitement was kind of lost. And that was the last video he posted, and then he kind of disappeared for a couple of weeks, 2, 3, 4 weeks. I don't know how long it's been. But I just checked the other day on his community tab. It's not called community tab, posts. So I went to his YouTube channel and there was a post there, and he said, I'm still here, guys. Don't worry about me. He went on a silent retreat. So he went to like a 10-day temple of some kind where you live in total silence for 10 days. So I guess the whole trip in India, things just didn't come together, all the trouble crossing the border. I think his scooter was giving him a lot of trouble just because it's a tiny little thing that he's trying to take all the way around the world, and it just keeps falling apart, constantly needs to be repaired, flat tire after. His trip has been hard. a tough trip, and I don't think it has come together in the way he was hoping. And it would be different if his YouTube videos found an audience, and he went from 10,000 views to 20 to 30 to 40, and he was becoming giving him a source of income, but that wasn't happening either. So my suspicion is the journey is coming to an end. We shall see, because I don't think he has the money in a bank account or anything like that. Unless he gets an income, I don't think he's going to be able to continue. I could be wrong about that, but I have the feeling that the Pakistan border being closed was kind of the last straw, and he was like, I need to take a break, and I don't even want to talk. So he went to a silent retreat. I thought that was kind of funny, to be honest, because as a YouTuber, you talk. You might make YouTube videos because you enjoy talking and telling stories. And here we have a guy who just went from one extreme to the other. Breathless, nonstop video narration. And it's like, nah, I can't take that anymore. I'm going to a silent retreat. It feels like there's a movie in there. The YouTuber who just burned out and couldn't say another word and decided to go to a silent retreat. Just couldn't take it anymore. That just seems kind of funny to me. There does seem to be a video on Patreon. He does have a Patreon account, and Patreon members get early access. So there does seem to be a video there that's going to show up on his main channel. Let me look it up real quick. I opened up his Patreon, and there was the last video, the one I mentioned at the border. And then there's an update here where he says, will be gone 10 days. So that is the silent retreat. And then there's another post called Getting SD Cards Today. New update video for patrons soon. So that was just a written post, I guess. These are all locked, and I'm not a member of his Patreon, so I can't look at them. But then there's a video that says, something needs to change. So there's a hint there, like I said, that, I think he's finding the journey he set off on the scooter to get back to the UK. I think he's finding it a little bit unrealistic. He may not be able to continue, but he says something needs to change. But I can't. I can listen to like a 30-second preview, but there are no. It's not public. It's on his Patreon. But anyway, so that is Harry from We Hate the Cold. His journey may be over, or he may just abandon the scooter and try to continue traveling with a backpack or something. But so that is Harry from We Hate the Cold. The next YouTube travel vlogger I want to talk about is the American Hobo. Let me just call up his channel here, just in case I want to refer to it at some point. Very interesting guy. His name's Daniel, and I haven't been communicating with him directly, but I do find his approach to shooting video, his personality, the things he's talking about, because he's a brand new YouTuber. He just started shooting videos 3 months ago. He was in Vietnam. He was traveling before that, but then when he was in Vietnam around Hanoi, he bought a bicycle there, a local bike, for $100, and he decided to try to ride this bike from Hanoi all the way down to Malaysia. So going through Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, and then into Malaysia. And he decided to start recording videos. So he started off recording with his smartphone. So his initial videos were all done with a smartphone, and they look like, he didn't have a good smartphone. Like, I mean, if you have like an iPhone 16 Pro Max or whatever they're called, and you're shooting video with those, the video is going to look amazing, or any like a Samsung S25 Ultra. But he had a basic, and the stabilization didn't work, so the video was really, really jittery and too like focused, like too narrow on his face. It wasn't wide enough, and the audio wasn't good. So it was pretty bad smartphone video. But as he said, he was just doing it for himself. just like making a video record of his journal that later in life he can look back and see, what he was doing in Vietnam, things like that. But then he found people were responding to his videos, not Itchy Boots level, not even We Hate the Cold level of interest, but he was surprised that anybody would watch his videos. So he kind of enjoyed that. He enjoyed people leaving comments on his videos and feeling like he was talking to people. And then he decided to get a bit more serious about it, and he bought a camera. I'd love to talk to him about how he decided on which camera to buy. I think, me just reading between the lines, he was mainly disappointed in the stabilization on the smartphone video. It was just so jerky that he started doing research into, I need to buy a camera with good stabilization. What camera should I get? And if you kind of put those search terms into Google, you're going to come back, people are going to come back with the DJI Pocket 3, because the Pocket 3 has really good stabilization, and because it's physical stabilization on a gimbal, it's also good in low light. I mean, the Pocket 3 is a very popular camera, so he thought, oh, everybody says that's the best, that's what I'll buy. And somewhere in Vietnam, he bought a Pocket 3. Of course, had he asked for my advice, especially since he's riding a bicycle, I would have pushed him towards an action camera. I probably would not have recommended a GoPro at this point. They're hard to recommend these days. I would have recommended, look into an Action 4. They would have been quite inexpensive, because the Action 5 Pro is the new one, and you can get the Action 4 even used at a pretty good price. And I don't know exactly what he paid for the Pocket 3, but it would have been in the range of $600-700. And then the Action 4, you could probably pick one of those up for $150, $200, maybe even brand new $200. I'm not sure. So, and they're waterproof and durable, and you don't have to worry about them, and you can mount them on your bicycle and on your helmet and do all these things that you can't do with a Pocket 3. So, I mean, a Pocket 3 is an amazing camera. It's a nice tool to have in your video toolbox, but it wouldn't be my first choice. If I had no cameras at all and I'm riding a bicycle in the pouring rain, I wouldn't buy a Pocket 3. I mean, why would you? You would buy, you could buy a Pocket 3 and buy an Action 4, have the best of both worlds, mount the Action 4 on your helmet or on your bicycle handlebars, and then when you're in a hotel room like this, or you're walking around going to cafes and night markets, then you can break out your Pocket 3. But anyway, he bought a Pocket 3, and that's the camera he's been using ever since. And he's been posting one video every single day. I don't even know if he's missed a single day since he started. And that's an accomplishment, let me tell you, especially now that he's biking long distances sometimes in the rain. So he will actually have a day where he rides like 119 kilometers in Thailand through the rain, sleeping outside in a hammock, and he posts a video from that day. And they're hour-long videos. It's absolutely crazy. And he's doing everything on his smartphone. He has the Pocket 3, but he doesn't have a laptop, he doesn't have a tablet. He has one smartphone and a whole bunch of power banks, and he does all the editing on his smartphone. So it's incredible that he's managing to do this. Of course, he's not polished. He's not producing highly polished, highly produced videos, but he does do some editing. He does transitions. He puts in graphics like a map. At the beginning, he was using Strava. So for every day, he also had Strava running on his smartphone, and he would put a link to the Strava 3D map. But then he switched from Strava to Relive, because in order to get the 3D map on Strava, you got to pay for the premium account. And the American Hobo, he's on an extreme low budget. So he sleeps outside a lot. If he has the chance, he sleeps on these bus station benches, or if he's at the beach and he finds two trees, he strings a hammock. He doesn't have a tent. He likes to sleep in a hammock, and he just does not spend any money at all, because he spent most of his life as a homeless person by choice. And that's what I find interesting about his videos, that he isn't producing highly polished travel videos, but in the morning he wakes up, he starts recording, and he just tells a normal, ordinary story about where he is, what he's doing, shooting the video. Because he's new to YouTube, new to video, he talks a lot about technical things. Oh, I had trouble uploading the video, and this happened, that happened. And most YouTubers don't talk about that kind of behind the scenes stuff, so I enjoy that. And then he will tell stories from his life. He's had a very interesting life as a homeless person, a variety of jobs, where he had to make money from time to time, but he would still be sleeping in a tent in the bush somewhere, even though he's going to a job. And anyway, he's had a lot of adventures in his life, and he will go off on what he calls hobo rambles, where he'll tell a story from his life. Where I remember one time he heard from other homeless people in the United States that Hawaii was a good place to go in the wintertime. If it's really cold in continental United States, get a flight to Hawaii, and then you can live a homeless life in Hawaii. So he flew to Hawaii, and then he was sleeping on the beaches and living with all these other homeless people. And there's a whole vocabulary associated with that word, and he uses all that vocabulary in his hobo rambles. And I really enjoy those stories. And as a newbie with shooting video, and a YouTube newbie, and he seems to be somewhat new in the world of visas and border crossings and being an international traveler, so he does run into situations where he may not know certain things. So of course I've left a few comments on his videos, and because his channel is not hugely popular, I mean, you can leave a comment on an Itchy Boots video, but Nora Lee is not going to reply. She doesn't have the time to reply to 5,000 comments on every video. But with someone like the American Hobo, he might get 5 comments on the video, and he'll reply to every one. So if I leave a comment, he gives it a heart, and then he'll write a reply to it and says, "Oh, thank you for your help." And so I've been able to engage with him a little bit through the comments, which is interesting. One thing that happened recently, it's kind of interesting, where he's preparing to enter Malaysia, and then he posted this video where he was talking about what he did to get ready to enter Malaysia. And he did all these things that he didn't need to do. And I felt really bad about it, because again, he's on a very low budget, and he ended up paying a visa company to do the Malaysia digital arrival card. So again, he didn't know about any of this. I kind of assumed he did, that you don't need a visa for Malaysia. So you can just show up at the border, hand over your passport, and they stamp a 90-day entry stamp in your passport. If you're American or Canadian, you don't need to get a visa in advance. There's no visa on arrival. There's basically no visa required. They give you what they call a social visit pass for 90 days, which technically is not a visa, but it's kind of like a visa on arrival. But you don't have to apply for it. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to fill out forms. You don't have to do anything. You just hand over your passport at the border. The immigration officer looks at you. If they like you, there you go. That's all you have to do from that point of view. But they recently introduced in Malaysia a digital arrival card. So within 72 hours of crossing the border, you have to go online to the Malaysian immigration website, and you fill out a very, very simple arrival card. Name, passport number, email address, phone number. And then they ask you, like, when are you leaving Malaysia? So you have to put in the date for your departure. You're flying out of the country on this date. And it's very easy to do. There are some tricks, but basically it's easy to do, and it doesn't cost a penny. And essentially what it is, it's a replacement. It's a digital replacement for the old immigration card that you used to get on the airplane. So if you're flying into Malaysia in the old days or flying into any country in Asia, you're sitting there on the plane, and then at one point the stewardess comes around with a stack of customs cards and immigration cards, paper cards, and then they hand one out to everybody, and then you sit down in your seat on the airplane, and of course then you got to get out your pen and you're trying to fill out this card, and you just fill out your name, passport number, address, name of your hotel, etc. That is your immigration arrival card, and then you give it to someone at immigration. But now that arrival card is digital, and you fill it out online beforehand. That's all it is. It's just a digital replacement for the card. But the American Hobo, he didn't know about that. So he went to a website to find out, what are the requirements to enter Malaysia? And this website said, well, to go to Malaysia, you have to fill out the Malaysian digital arrival card. Click here, and then he clicked there, and it brought him maybe to another page on that website, or maybe to another company, which is essentially a travel agent that does it for you. And this company filled out the arrival card for him, but they charged him $50 US to do it. That's their service fee for filling out the arrival card for you. And because he was going through an agent, they made it very formal. So they told him, okay, now you have to book a flight out of the country or a bus out of the country and send us a copy of the ticket, because we have to submit that ticket to immigration. You don't actually have to do that. Like when I fill out the Malaysian digital arrival card online, you have to write down when you're leaving, but you don't have to upload a copy of your ticket. You don't have to do it. But because he was going through an agent, they told him, okay, now you have to give us a copy of your ticket. So he booked a ticket, probably non-refundable, that cost him $30. That was like a bus, I think, to Singapore, or a flight to Singapore. I'm not sure which. Probably a bus. So he booked a bus out of Malaysia into Singapore, paid $30, and then he uploaded a copy of that to the agent, and they're handling all the paperwork for him. But it essentially cost him $80 US because he used an agent, when in fact it's free. You can do the MDAC yourself easily, and you don't have to pay somebody $50 to do it for you, and you don't have to upload a copy of your ticket. So he spent $80 when he didn't have to. So some other people also left comments on his video saying, yeah, you didn't actually have to do any of that. But he has never done a lot of these things before, so he's figuring it out as he goes. So I guess I just told that story because like I said, I'm communicating with him quite often, giving him hints about Malaysia. Because I wrote a comment giving like 7 tips, telling him about the Malaysian tourism tax, telling him about the 1-hour time difference between Thailand and Malaysia, all these little tips and tricks, things that can help him out coming to Malaysia. And he's on a bicycle. And of course, every time I hear about somebody on a bicycle, I want to tell them about the Indomal fast ferry going to Sumatra, because that's a pretty rare thing to do. Putting a bicycle on an airplane is a huge hassle. And he was talking about his journey ending in Malaysia, and then giving away his bicycle and just leaving it behind. And I wrote to him on comments and said, by the way, if you wanted to, out of Port Dickson, out of Malacca, you can hop on a ferry, and for $5 you can put your bike on the ferry, cross over to Sumatra, and you can have the experience. I mean, maybe riding a bicycle in Sumatra will turn out to be too much for you. I can understand that. But, at least you can bring your bike and ride from the dock to your hotel, have the bike there, and you can try traveling around Sumatra by bicycle. But if it ends up being unpleasant or too difficult, then, well, you've only lost $5. Why not? So anyway, I was giving him this tips like that. And So the American Hobo, right, the last video that he posted, he was going through the Thai city of Trang. And it's not far away from the Malaysian border. And then over the next couple of days, he's going to ride the final distance to the Malaysian border. And right now, he's trying to decide which border crossing to use. So he's looking them up on Google Maps, looking at the reviews. He's kind of learned his lesson. He's learning things as he goes, because crazy as it may seem, he was in Cambodia riding his bike, and he was on a major road, as far as I could tell. And then you follow this highway, gets to the border with Thailand, and there's a border crossing there. So he had everything planned. Okay, I'm going to go this way, cross the border, get into Thailand, and continue on. He got to that border crossing, and they told him, you can't cross here. That no, foreigners are not allowed to cross at this border crossing and get a visa for Thailand. We can't do that here. So he went to and had he looked on Google Maps and looked at the reviews, people wrote that, saying, don't go to this border crossing. You can't cross here. You have to go somewhere else. But he didn't look it up in advance, which I can understand because it looks like a major border crossing. So, but he got there and they said, no, you can't cross here. And then he had to do a 70-kilometer ride down the coast. And then there's a border crossing there, and then ride 70 kilometers all the way back just to get back to that same border crossing. So it was basically a 140-kilometer detour to get all the way back to where he even started from in order to find a border crossing where they would let him cross. So now that he's had that experience, now that he's crossing into Malaysia, he's doing his due diligence, and he's reading about, and there's one border crossing into Malaysia that has a negative reputation. You look at all the, it seems to be people who do visa runs out of Thailand, where they cross out of Thailand into Malaysia, and they want to turn around and go right back in again. They have trouble at that border crossing. And they say that the border guards and the immigration officials say that you have to pay 2,000 baht. And people on Google Maps are talking about how this is a scam, that the immigration officers are corrupt and they're running a scam and all this. I don't know if that's true or not. It sounds like there might be some kind of a rule in place that, okay, you can cross at this border crossing, but then you have to stay in Malaysia for at least 72 hours before you can go back through again. And then you don't have to pay the 2,000 baht. But if you just go through, turn around and try to go back again, you have to pay 2,000 baht. Anyway, that doesn't really apply to the American Hobo because he is entering Malaysia and he plans to stay in Malaysia for 90 days, something like that. So anyway, he's right now doing the research and looking at the roads. His $100 bicycle is doing surprisingly well. I mean, he's had to replace all the spokes on the rear wheel because of, it's not a touring bicycle, so it's not heavy duty, and all the spokes broke already, and he had to replace all of them. And he's had a lot of flat tires, again, because it's not a touring bicycle, but he isn't carrying that much weight. He has a very small backpack. He doesn't have pannier bags. He doesn't have a laptop. He's not traveling with his own kettle. He's not Planet Doug. He's got a very small, lightweight backpack, and he just straps it to the back of the bike. So because of that, the bike has actually done quite well. But even though it's done well, it's still not a touring bicycle, so he doesn't have the gears to go uphill. So he ends up having to walk the bike up almost every hill. And one of the routes into Malaysia, according to Google Maps, looked like there's a lot of climbing, a lot of hills. So he may not go that route. He might have to go another route, going through a bigger, it's the border crossing with the train, where the train crosses over from Thailand to Malaysia. He's probably going to head there because the road is flatter and that border crossing is bigger and probably easier to get across there. I think that's what he's going to do, but who knows? So yeah, he may cross over on June 16th, like a week, less than a week from now, he's going to probably cross into Malaysia. So yeah, so that's the American Hobo. I'm following him more than anybody else because I enjoy the the quality of his videos in that they are like a journal, a daily personal journal, and I like that. So in fact, if I had to choose between watching one of his videos and watching an Itchy Boots video with the beautiful drone cinematography and music and stuff like that, I'd actually watch an American Hobo video. I kind of gravitate to that kind of video rather than someone going to amazing, beautiful scenery. And so anyway, I'm enjoying the American Hobo videos, and it'll be interesting what happens when he comes into Malaysia. Yeah, it's very different from a low-budget backpacker point of view than like Vietnam and Thailand, Cambodia. Malaysia is a bit of a different place for many reasons. And it'll be interesting to see how he and Malaysia get along. And I'm kind of looking forward to that. Another YouTube travel vlogger that I've been following for a long time is, the channel is called Moto. And the guy he's a Canadian, name is Eric. And again, also inspired by Itchy Boots. He talks about that at the beginning of his channel. He decided to ride a motorcycle around the world. So starting in Vancouver and riding all the way up to Alaska, which was like the northernmost point of North America. So technically, I think that was the beginning of his journey, that town in northern Alaska. But since he was starting in Vancouver, well, he started taking video there. And he didn't even have a motorcycle when he came up with this idea. He didn't have a motorcycle license. So he started from nothing and did the research and picked out a bike that he thought could take him all the way around the world. And then he got his driver's license and bought all the gear he thought he would need. And I guess he had a very successful YouTube channel as a mountain biker. So riding mountain bike trails, like downhill mountain biking. And he had quite a success. So he had some experience with YouTube, with shooting video, because right out of the gate, his videos were quite good. And he focused on the quality of the cinematography. He had a drone and shot beautiful scenery of the Rocky Mountains, all up and down through British Columbia and into Alaska. So for me, that was the highlight of his videos, was the incredible scenery that he showed on from the drone footage. And drones, man. I have a love-hate relationship with just the idea of a drone. I've never had one, I've never used one, but I can see their value from what he does. Though, as I always talk about, I always do think of a drone from a personal level of traveling as a bit of a cheat, because it's like you watch the video and you're like, wow, that's so beautiful there. But of course, if you go there, you don't see any of that. You only see it from the point of view of the drone. So in my own personal interest, from when I started recording trips in a way, like just taking pictures or writing emails to my friends about a trip that I'm on, my interest was not in how amazing that country was, but more about the day-to-day struggles and interesting events in a normal life, just trying to navigate the world. So I was never interested in like the tourism aspect of it, like go to Switzerland and the beautiful scenery and amazing spa resorts. That has no interest for me. I'm just sort of more interested in the down-to-earth, nitty-gritty daily events of trying to survive overseas. And then, drone video looks beautiful, but as I said, it has got nothing to do with reality. Now, I was in Tanjung Balai for quite a while on this last trip, and I rode my bicycle around the streets of Tanjung Balai, and that's all I experienced there. And if I'd had a drone, I could have shot some pretty amazing video of the rivers and the boats and everything, and it would have looked amazing on video. But at the same time, I never saw any of that. That's not what Tanjung Balai looked like to me. So the drone is a little bit of a cheat. But anyway, all of this from what I'm talking about, Eric leaving Vancouver and going to Alaska and what, that happened a long time ago. He's way ahead of that already. I don't even know where he is, to be honest, because in terms of his videos, he's already done the Alaska trip all the way through Canada, all the way through the United States, and then he flew to Europe and he landed in Dublin. And his latest video is about unboxing his, or picking up his motorcycle at the airport in Dublin and then getting on the bike and then starting his journey. So now that's the beginning of the next part of his journey, is to ride all the way through Ireland and the UK and then all the way through Europe and then Asia, ending in New Zealand. But who knows where he is now, because his videos are usually 6 months behind. So even though his latest video is him arriving in Dublin, in the real world, that already happened 6 months ago. So he could be in Turkey by now. I have no idea where he is, but that's just the way his channel works. So he's already ridden his motorcycle all the way through the United States, Canada, and probably most of Europe already. And right from the very beginning, I always thought his motorcycle was underpowered for what he was attempting. I think it's a 350. I forget the details now of the bike. I used to know, but so when I'm watching his videos, I'm always a little bit nervous, like especially when he gets out on a highway and then he gets it up to highway speed. It just sounds like that poor engine is being overworked. And I could be absolutely wrong about this, but it seems like he's had more breakdowns, more mechanical problems, and has had to replace parts more often than other moto vloggers. Like Itchy Boots right now is riding like a 750 cc bike, a much bigger bike, bigger engine. And I don't see her constantly putting on new tires, dealing with flat tires. The chain is worn out, the sprocket is worn out, this isn't working, this isn't working. Eric seems to be dealing with a lot of mechanical problems all the time. And I do end up wondering whether he's just carrying a much heavier load on an underpowered motorcycle. And he imitated, or I shouldn't say imitated, he followed in the trail of Itchy Boots by picking really rough roads. He wasn't staying on smooth highways either. He was picking really rough backcountry roads, and his motorcycle really suffered for it. So when he arrived on the east coast of Canada and then had to box up his motorcycle again, he put on new tires, new tubes, new chain, new sprockets, probably, who knows, new brakes. And he basically had to overhaul the entire motorcycle before he shipped it to Ireland. And now he's starting all over again from there. And it just seems like too much expense, too much work, constantly keeping that motorbike on the road. And I could be completely wrong about that. Maybe the repairs he's doing, the parts he's replacing, that's just normal for any motorcycle going that many thousands of kilometers, because they do have a schedule, right? When you buy a motorcycle, it comes with instructions, and after X number of thousands of kilometers, well, you must do this. You must replace the oil and give it a service and change the tires and change this. And maybe he's just following the normal schedule like every moto vlogger does, but they just don't talk about it as much, maybe. But an interesting thing about Eric's channel that I wanted to touch on for a minute is that out of nowhere, it really surprised me, he turned off the comments on all his videos. Just turn them off, because for your own YouTube channel, you can do that if you want. You can allow people to leave comments, or you can just shut them off and nobody can leave a comment. And it just came out of nowhere, and when it first happened, I thought it was a mistake. I thought he did it by accident, because he got hundreds and hundreds of comments on every video, and my reading of them was highly positive. Everybody was like, wow, you're amazing, Eric. I wish I could be doing what you're doing. But then a lot of people were giving him helpful advice, sort of like I'm doing with American Hobo, where I have a feeling like I know something about Malaysia that could help him out. So I leave a comment giving him, oh, by the way, maybe you should do this and think about this. And I'm giving what I think of as helpful advice. But again, I'm careful to dial it back. I mean, you don't want to just overwhelm people telling them what to do and what you think they should do. They're having their own adventure. So you want to strike a balance with that. And I thought people did with Eric. He was having a lot of mechanical problems, and he was a newbie for riding a motorcycle and maintaining one. And he filmed a lot of it, and he would talk about all of it very honestly, saying, yeah, I don't know what the problem is. I'm trying to fix this, and I'm not sure what's happening here. So of course that opened the door for everybody who knows about motorcycle to just give him lots of advice in the comments, telling him, oh, you should do this, and you're doing this wrong, and you're doing that wrong, and you should do it this way. So I saw that, and maybe that could be, I didn't think any of it was negative. It would be like someone seeing what I'm doing here, and they say, oh, a GoPro isn't good for shooting indoors. You should get a Sony this, or you should get a Pocket 3, like giving me helpful advice. And I would say to them, yeah, you're absolutely right. I should get that. And people might write to me and say, oh, you should buy a drone. And I'll say, yeah, I should buy a drone. So like all this helpful advice, or people will write to you all the time and tell you where to go. Where, you go to this city in Malaysia, and everyone will leave comments saying, oh, you should go to Genting Highlands, and you should go here, and you should go there. And sometimes it does feel a little bit weird where you go to a hiking trail, and you go hiking along that hiking trail, and you make a video about it, and you look at the comments, and you might expect to see someone saying, wow, that was a beautiful hiking trail. But instead they're saying, oh, you should go to this hiking trail. And it's sort of like, if you're in the wrong mindset, you could see this advice as being critical. Like, you went to the wrong hiking trail. You should have gone to this one. Or you shoot a video. I was just watching a video from a foreigner who lives in Kuala Lumpur, actually, and he's a very popular YouTuber. And he went to Port Dickson on a day trip. And I'm reading all the comments, and a lot of the comments are telling him, ugh, why did you go to Port Dickson? It's such a boring place. There's nothing to do there. There's nothing to see. You should go here instead, and you should go there instead. So even these comments that are offering advice, you could see them as being critical, I guess. So I'm assuming that Eric, Moto YouTube channel, I think he's a pretty sensitive person emotionally, and all of these comments started to get on his nerves. It made him feel bad, and he decided he doesn't want comments anymore, and he just turned them all off. And I was very interested in that as a bit of YouTube drama, because personally I think it's a big mistake for a popular YouTube channel. The best thing about having a YouTube channel is interacting with people who watch your videos, and have a chat with them through the comments, or meet them in person, anything like that. And you turn off comments, you've completely shut off any opportunities in that direction, where he might be, or like me, I'm going down to Port Dickson, and people might say, oh, I live in Port Dickson, why don't we meet up for coffee? If you turn off comments, nobody can contact you to make these offers. So it really turns off so many opportunities. But as Eric explained, he said there were a lot of negative comments. He called them toxic, and he ended up, his mood would plummet. He would get depressed. He couldn't sleep at night. He was just sad all the time because of the effect all these comments were having on him. And I did have trouble understanding that, because, as I said, I looked at a lot of his older videos, and I'm looking for all these toxic, negative comments, and I couldn't find any. So all I could conclude was that, well, he's just a very sensitive person, and he took them to heart. And maybe what I've been talking about, all these people offering helpful suggestions and telling him what he's doing wrong, maybe he took them as toxic and negative. I didn't see them that way, but maybe he did. And anyway, he turned off comments. And he finished his trip through North America, and he put together a a documentary, like a big hour and a half long video about his entire trip through North America, like summarizing that leg of his journey. And for that video, he said, I'm going to turn comments back on because it's a special video. But then after that one, he went back to his regular videos and comments are off. Comments are turned off. Yeah, seems odd to me. I keep expecting him to change his mind, especially because he's 6 months in advance. So even if someone now, the latest video is in Ireland, and maybe somebody will leave a comment telling him that everything he did in Ireland was wrong, and he should have done this, and he should have done this, and he should have done that. Well, I mean, it was 6 months ago anyway. So even if someone leaves comments like that, who cares? I mean, Ireland is finished. He's already in Turkey or wherever he is. So it doesn't seem like the comments should have any kind of a negative emotional punch to them. But for him, I guess they are, and the comments are still turned off. And I was wondering when he got to the end of North America, I thought he would buy a new motorcycle. I thought he would give up on this small one and then just buy one with a bigger engine, or maybe just fly into Europe and buy a new motorcycle in Europe and not bother shipping it. But no, he kept the same one, got it overhauled, got it all fixed up and repaired, cleaned up and crated, and then shipped to Ireland. One thing I forgot to mention so far about Moto and Eric, when he was packing up his motorcycle, getting ready to ship it, he didn't drop it, he put his 360 camera, he had an Insta360 X3, I think, and he put it on the ground, on the pavement, but the lens was uncovered, and then he kicked it. So it went skittering across the pavement, and it scratched up the lens pretty badly. And then in the video, he said something about getting the lens replaced and how he thinks he had enough time to do it. He had 3 days left. So I thought that's what he was doing, but then he jumped ahead in time. And he went to one of these Amazon delivery boxes, which is, I guess, is a big thing in Canada now, which makes a lot of sense because you want something shipped to you and you don't have an address. Well, now you can use Amazon boxes and you can pick a town ahead of you where you're traveling, and then Amazon will ship the box to that, and then they send you the code to open that box, and when you get there, you punch in the code, and there's your package. So he did that in this video, and he pulled out a package, and I was expecting him to have his X3 with a repaired lens, but if not, he just bought a brand new camera, which probably was the wise thing to do anyway, because it would have taken a long time to get the X3 lens, because the Insta360 has to do it themselves. The X3, it's not removable and replaceable by the user. Only the company can do it. So he essentially broke the lens on his X3, and then he just ordered a brand new X4, and now he's using a new camera. But it was kind of poor timing for him. Again, this was like a few months ago, and the X5 hadn't come out yet. But now the X5 has been released, and the X5 is a big jump up in quality, especially from the X3 to the X5. It's a huge jump in quality. So he was in the situation where he had to buy another brand new 360 camera, and he had no choice but to buy the X4. But had he waited like a couple of months, maybe he could have spent the money and bought the X5 instead, but he missed the window on that. But the X4 is also much better than the X3, so it's a good camera too. But it would have been better if he'd bought the X5. But yeah, the timing just didn't work out for him. Itchy Boots. I don't have a lot to say about Itchy Boots, as it turned out. Her last number of videos have all been in Saudi Arabia, and I haven't watched any of them. I just haven't had the time, and I haven't really had the interest. And so I haven't watched any of them. So her trip in Saudi Arabia ended, and her latest video, which I did watch, she rode from Saudi Arabia across the border into United Arab Emirates, went to Dubai, and there she's pausing her journey because her book has been published. She wrote a book in Dutch, And it was published, and now it's been translated into English and is now available in the United States and in the UK. And she did have plans to go on a book tour in the United States, but ever since President Trump got elected, she got worried about going in and out of the country because of immigration, and they're now looking, much more, because she knew she would have stamps in her passport from places like Syria and Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and then she didn't want to risk going into the United States with that travel history. So she canceled her book tour in the United States, but she kept the book tour in the UK. So she's going to Wales and Scotland and England and doing a book tour there. And then after that tour is over, she's going to return to United Arab Emirates and then continue her journey from there. And I guess this journey is going to end in Japan. But I don't know the route. I don't know where she's going after United Arab Emirates. Man, that's got to be, there's a lot she could do between where she's in Dubai. That's where she stored her motorcycle. And to go from Dubai to Japan, there's almost limitless potential for the route she could pick and the countries she could go through, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what kind of a route she has planned, because she's been to a lot of those countries already. I think she got her start in India, right? India and Nepal, riding a Royal Enfield motorcycle there. So I think she's been all over India. So maybe she will just kind of skip over India on this journey. I'm not really sure. But that's really all I have to say about Itchy Boots. Her motorcycle is still going fine. This is the one that was stolen at some point, and the thieves cut through the wiring bundle, a harness, is that what it's called? The wiring harness? And then she had to get all of that replaced and fixed and things like that. But that's all way in the past. Everything seems to be zooming along just fine. Her motorcycle seems to be in great shape, and everything's going very well for her. Book tour, I think sales of her book must be very, very good. So, yeah. It's good to be Nora Lee and on the Itchy Boots channel. One last travel vlogger story, and this was a link that was just sent to me by my friend KY, because he knows I spent a lot of time in Port Dickson, going in and out of Port Dickson because the ferry goes from Port Dickson to Sumatra. And at one point, KY helped me track down a room in Port Dickson that I could rent by the month, and it was very economical. And so I stayed there for a little while, getting my bike back together before going to Sumatra and things like that. So I know quite a bit about Port Dickson. And the YouTuber Seacology, he actually came to Port Dickson while I was there. He wanted to shoot kind of the 10 best places to eat or the 10 things to do in Port Dickson video, and I met up with him a little bit. And in my time in Port Dickson, I tracked down most of the attractions that are around there, the museums that you can visit, some of the history you can dive into, and the beaches and the hiking trails and things like that. And KY, it's his hometown. He's from Port Dickson. So anyway, he just sent me a link to a video by Andrew Taylor, and people from Malaysia might know Andrew. He is quite a popular YouTuber. He has over 30,000 subscribers, quite an active subscriber fan base, hundreds of comments on every video. And he did a day trip to Port Dickson. So KY sent me a link to the video. It's basically a day trip to Port Dickson, Malaysia. Retire in Malaysia 2025. So that's kind of his perspective for his videos. He's retired, and he retired in Malaysia. So that most of his videos are about that. Like, is Malaysia a good place to retire? Tips and tricks for retiring in Malaysia, things like that. But and he has a real life. He has quite a nice condo and a car and a scooter and these, the proper visas, and he lives here in Malaysia, basically. I've never met Andrew, but I know about his videos, and I've watched a few of them. Most of them are they're not meant for me, because, as I said, they're more for more mainstream sort of tourists and retirees looking for luxuries, looking for comfort, stuff like that. Anyway, I just finished watching the video. It's 27 minutes long. And not surprisingly, he was not impressed with Port Dickson. The whole time I was watching the video, I kind of had this feeling like the Nirvana song, you know, like, here we are now, entertain us. And I see so many videos like that. They kind of fall into the this so-and-so sucks category, where somebody will say something like, Thailand sucks, or they'll go to a city or a town, this place is horrible, don't bother, it's boring. And there's a certain mindset, I find, of people who go to a place without really doing anything or putting in any work or having any interesting thoughts of their own, and they just sort of arrive in that place, step out of the train or the bus or out of their car, and then they kind of do the Nirvana thing. It's like, well, I'm here, entertain me, what do you got? And they just expect to be overwhelmed with entertainment or something. And when he went to Port Dickson, he basically drove his car there, Andrew Taylor, and then he parked down by the waterfront. And it was a Tuesday. He arrived at like 11:30 in the morning on a Tuesday. And I know Port Dickson pretty well, and I can tell you that 11:30 on Tuesday morning, there's going to be nobody at the waterfront. I mean, it's a very quiet town. If you're looking for a little bit of a bustling life, you got to come on the weekend. That's when people drive down from KL, and then on the waterfront they have some little shacks there. They're closed during the week. There's nobody there. Nothing is open. But then on the weekend they open because they sell kids' toys. A little bit like the Independence Square in KL, and then they can buy the kites because there's a lot of wind there and people fly kites, or they have the bubble maker toys, and you can rent bicycles and ride up and down the waterfront. So a lot of families come down for the weekend, and then you see a little bit of activity, a little bit of hustle and bustle. But on a Tuesday morning or afternoon, no, there's nobody there. Nothing is going to be happening. So he kind of got out of his car and he looked around and went, "This is it? And he said, yeah, he's not impressed. And he got back in his car, and then I think he got a coffee at Zeus Coffee. And then he drove down the coast a little while. And then on the right-hand side, you can see some of the beaches and the condo buildings and that sort of thing. And he pointed those out. And then as soon as he saw a highway heading back to KL, he was like, yeah, I'm done. And he just hopped back on the highway and then drove back to KL. And his conclusion was, it's a boring place. There's no reason for anybody to go there. And then if you look through a lot of the comments, like from the very beginning, the very first comment, looks boring, sorry, looks non-prosperous and dull. Yes, Port Dickson is a complete waste of time. You know, on and on and on. There's all these comments from people bad-mouthing poor Port Dickson. But my general attitude to most places in the world, like, no place is boring. Like, in my personal sort of philosophy is there's no such thing as a boring country or a boring city or a boring neighborhood. There are only boring people, meaning you. Like, if you go to Port Dickson and you found it a boring place, so there's nothing to do, well, that's on you. I mean, the same thing for Tanjung Balai in Sumatra, a town that I love. Most people, an average sort of retiree or a tourist or even a YouTuber would go to Tanjung Balai and probably say, oh, what a boring town. There's nothing here, because it's not the sort of town that entertains you. You can't just step outside of your car, park your car, and then it's like, whoa, look at all these amazing cafes and restaurants, and it's just a normal town. And then you can get as much out of that town as you are willing to invest in it. And then Port Dickson, yeah, it's not Vegas. You're not going to get a floor show there. You're not going to, Taylor Swift is not putting on concerts in Port Dickson. It is what it is, the town. And then if you're interested in some things, yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do. I really enjoyed the Army Museum. I enjoyed the Tin Mining Museum very much. And then for me, again, as a foreigner, I'm interested in just local daily life. So I don't need, he was bemoaning the fact that there's like, he expected the waterfront to be filled with seafood restaurants offering delicacies and amazing atmosphere and whatnot. But for me, when I was in Port Dickson, I would just go to the local cafe where all the local people go, and I get my simple bowl of rice and noodles or whatever. And I just find that interesting because that's the kind of person I am, more of a backpacker approach. I don't dive into local life really, but I like to be in it and observe it and just sort of have it all happening around me. And then, of course, there is the, what's the name of that place? Let me look it up real quick. Yes, the Cape Rachado. Cape Rachado, amazing hiking trails there, the beautiful lighthouse, beautiful beaches, Monkey Beach, a lot of challenging trails if you want to do some hiking on the trails, gorgeous scenery. There's the pineapple farm that I went to with Seacology. I thought that was fascinating. So it's pretty obvious, you know, but yeah, if you drive down there from KL on a day trip and you park your car down beside the Starbucks, which is closed on Tuesday morning, and then you step out of your car and go, where are all the amazing restaurants? And then you get back in your car and you drive back to KL. Obviously, you're not going to have a very good experience, but that's because I think of the attitudes you brought with you. Me, I'm not bored anywhere. You can put me in any town in the world, any neighborhood, any hotel, any room. Actually, it kind of reminds me, my dad was a real joker. Let's see if I can tell this joke properly. I'll keep it really, really short. I can't remember the setup for the joke. Let me think about this for just a second. I can't remember the setup for the joke, but the basic idea is that scientists or psychologists were studying children or studying human nature. And they set up this experiment where they had a room packed with every imaginable toy that a kid could love and play with. Just everything, like even ponies and everything you can think of. And they took these rich kids, put them in that room, and the rich kids went into the room and just started complaining and whining. It's like, oh, I'm so bored. There's nothing to do here. And they just hated it. And then they took a room, filled it with horse manure, nothing but a big pile of horse manure. And they put some village boys in there, like poor boys. And this poor village boy, he ran into that room and he saw this big pile of horse manure, and he just started digging in it, digging tunnels, throwing it around, and he was laughing and having an absolutely great time. And then the psychologist came in to talk to him. It's like, well, what are you doing in here? And he's like, wow, with all this horse manure, there's got to be a pony in here somewhere. So he dove back in and he's digging around looking for the pony that made all this horse manure. And the idea is it's your expectations that create. All the rich kids with thousands of toys, they were complaining and they were bored. But the poor kid, he can be happy just in a room full of horse manure. So that kind of illustrates what I'm talking about. And the other thing about his video that kind of jumped out at me is when he was driving his car down to Port Dickson, Andrew was talking about how his main interest was the ocean. He wanted to be by the ocean, by the water. But of course, there is no ocean there technically. It's actually just the Malacca Strait. So it's a narrow body of water between Malaysia and Sumatra. But technically, you can call it the ocean. There are beaches there. That's all he was interested in. But then he ignored all the beaches, which seemed kind of odd to me. Because he drove down the coast, like inside Port Dickson itself. There are no beaches in Port Dickson town. It's just got a rocky shore, and people go fishing there. Local people are fishing all the time, and there's a Zeus Coffee and a Starbucks and a McDonald's. And on the weekend, and there is an area there where they build a children's carnival. that comes certain times of the year, and there's all kinds of rides for kids and paddle boats on the pond and stuff like that. So that's all in Port Dickson. But if you actually want to be on the beach, well, then you drive down the coast, and that's where all of these huge condominium complexes are. And there's all these horseshoe bays kind of thing with some beaches and things. And he drove past all of them and never even bothered to turn in. Like, at the very least, if you're actually interested in the beach and the ocean, well, there they are. You know, we're not talking about Hawaiian beaches. We're not talking about any beaches that are going to compete with the best of the Philippines, the tropical paradises you find, even in places like Bali. But they are sandy beaches on the ocean. They're right there. At the very least, pull into the parking lot, kick off your shoes, and go for a walk up and down the beach and get your toes wet, sit on the sand for a while. I mean, there are the beaches. But then he didn't bother to even stop to look at any of them. And he did say he'd heard there was a museum, but he didn't know what kind of museum. But then he just dismissed it and said, yeah, well, I'm not interested in that, so we won't go there. And he spent, I don't know, like an hour, and then hopped on the highway to go back to KL. He did say he looked on Google, he looked for websites, you know, the top 10 best things to do. And he said that 1 to 9 were like boat cruises. But that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because I never saw a single boat cruise when I was in Port Dickson, so I don't know what those were. And then he said number 10 was a day trip to KL. So he said the only reason to go to Port Dickson is so that you can go to KL, where there's more things to do. So yeah, he didn't bring the right attitude to go visit a small town, and he didn't find anything of interest in Port Dickson. And I think that is the end of my YouTuber travel vlogger stories. I'll end it there with Andrew Taylor. I don't think I've ever talked about Andrew Taylor on this channel before, on my Planet Doug podcast, because he isn't actually traveling around. He's based as a retiree in here in Kuala Lumpur. I've often thought about reaching out to him somehow, since he is a YouTuber and he knows a lot about Kuala Lumpur and Penang, I think, and places like that. But I've never met him in person. I've watched some of his videos, but I've never actually met him in person. I had the chance to meet Seacology, another local YouTuber. I was lucky enough to meet him. But yeah, I've never had a chance to meet Andrew. Maybe someday. Good morning once again. Jumped ahead in time a little bit, though I'm including this on the same episode of the podcast, because I still haven't gotten to my pop culture segment. And I wanted to include pop culture in this podcast. So it's now Thursday, June 12th. I had to check the date myself, and I couldn't believe it that it was Thursday, because I honestly thought it was Tuesday. I don't know where the days go anymore. But anyway, in the yesterday, I think it was actually yesterday, I finally booked a flight this time back to Sumatra. And the main reason for that is I still want to go on a little bit of a bike ride on Sumatra. I brought my bike over there by ferry months ago now, and I've had it with me when I was in Tanjung Balai. When I was in Tanjung Balai, I was doing various things. Way back at the beginning, I was working on the Planet Doug Patreon and things like that, and essentially just living in Tanjung Balai, not traveling around Sumatra. But I still had this plan to ride my bike from Tanjung Balai, probably up to Lake Toba, then down the other side to a city called Sibolga, which it feels like I can't leave Sumatra permanently until I finally get to Sibolga. So that's my main goal, is to ride my bike to Sibolga and then experience that town. It's on the coast, on the other side of Sumatra. I love coastal towns. And then after that, I'm not sure, depending on visas. They've changed the policy in Indonesia again. I was so excited because they made it so that you could get a 30-day visa on arrival online, and then you could extend it online, which made things really easy because you no longer had to organize your life that when your visa was starting to expire, you had to go to a town where there was an immigration office, and then you had to visit the immigration office, and you had to go there 3 times, spread out over from 10 days to 2 weeks. And it was a real problem for extending your visa. So much so that a lot of people didn't even bother. Like, they would arrive with a 30-day visa, and then rather than extending it, they would just leave the country, go to Singapore, go to Thailand, go to Malaysia, and then turn around after a couple of days and then fly back into Indonesia and start all over with another 30-day visa on arrival, because they could apply for it online. And by doing a visa run, they didn't have the hassle of physically going to an immigration office and jumping through all of those hoops. It's like it would take you 15 days to get a 30-day extension. So by the time you got your extension, there was only 15 days left on it anyway. But anyway, they got rid of that system and said you can do everything online now, and I did that the last time I was there. It was great. And then out of nowhere, they suddenly made an announcement that, oh, you can't do that anymore. In order to extend your visa on arrival, you have to apply for your extension online. But once you've done that, you have to wait until they contact you. This is how it's written out on the website. Within the next 48 hours, you will be contacted by immigration, I assume by email, and then they will ask you to visit an immigration office. And this whole thing is like geography based, because when you apply for your visa extension online, it registers your location and the nearest immigration office. So then you have to stay there because you have to visit that immigration office. You can't go to just anyone. You have to go to the immigration office closest to the place you were when you applied for the extension. So you're basically stuck. You can't travel around anymore because you're anchored to this physical immigration office again. And then you have to go in for an interview, and they have to take your fingerprints and take your picture. It's a whole thing. And it's a brand new procedure. So this time when I go back to Sumatra, I'm going to be faced with this, a brand new procedure. So yeah, crazy. But anyway, why was I talking about that? I'm not sure. But anyway, the plan is to go back to Sumatra again, and this time I'm flying back. I would prefer to take the ferry. It's less expensive, it's more fun, it's more interesting, and it's more convenient because the ferry goes directly to the city where my bicycle is currently stored at the hotel. But I had some issues with immigration when I came into Malaysia this time. They didn't seem to like how frequently I had gone in and out of Malaysia via that ferry dock in Port Dickson. So that got me a little bit nervous, and I decided to switch things up. So yesterday I booked a flight. So I have to fly into Medan, spend a night or two in Medan, and then hop on the train to get to Tanjung Balai. And that's no terrible thing. The train is lots of fun. It's always a good time to take a train. And I have the whole train system figured out, so it shouldn't be logistically difficult or stressful or physically difficult, anything like that. So I did that yesterday. And if you book long enough in advance, you can get pretty cheap flights. And I booked like a week in advance, so I didn't get the cheapest fares, but it still worked out okay. If you only had like a 7-kilogram carry-on bag, like an ultra lightweight traveler, you could get a really good deal on the flight. But I always have a bag that I need to check in, so then on top of the base fare, you have to pay for a checked bag. 20 kilograms is the starting point there. And then they offer you a bundle, and I always get the bundle, because it's a value pack. This is on AirAsia, and they offer these value packs, and it includes one meal, a seat reservation, and a checked bag. I think those are the three benefits. And then when you add it up, it's a much better deal to get. Like if you just get one checked bag, it's about the same price as the value pack. So you might as well get the value pack, because then you also get a meal brought to your chair, and you get to choose your seat. And for this flight, it's only like an hour at most, 45 minutes maybe. You basically just, by the time you get up to cruising altitude on this flight, you reach cruising altitude, and by the time you get there, you're pretty much already coming down from cruising altitude, because you're just hopping across the Malacca Strait. And so it doesn't matter where you sit, to be honest, but I always pick a window seat just because I like to look outside, and since it's only a 1 hour flight, it's not like I'm going to need to get up and down all the time to go to the bathroom. And the Air Asia website gets better all the time. I've been using it in the past. I think all my flights ever since I came to Malaysia have been on Air Asia, I think, because they always have the best prices, whether you're going to Sumatra or into Thailand or Myanmar or Bangladesh. I think I've flown on Air Asia every single time, I think. But then there are always these little glitches on their website that I always struggled with, things I didn't understand. It worked out well. I didn't mind using it, but there were these glitches. But yesterday when I did the booking, there were no glitches at all. Everything was perfectly smooth. Everything seemed to be logical, and everything made sense. So yeah, it worked out pretty well. The only new thing that happened is after I booked the flight, later that evening, I guess yesterday evening, I got an email from Air Asia that asked me whether I wanted to bid on a seat upgrade. Like, they often send you promotional emails like, oh, would you like to upgrade your seat? Because I went strict, economy class, the cheapest option available. And then they send you an email saying, oh, would you like to upgrade to economy plus, or whatever it is they call their upper classes. Oops. I just realized I haven't clipped on my lavalier microphone. Such a dummy. You'd think I'd have these things figured out by now. But anyway, I'm going to double check, make sure the audio was being recorded at least a little bit, so I don't have to re-record all of those stories. I'll be right back. Yes, even though the lav mic was just sitting on the bed far away from my mouth, it was still picking up audio, so it was no problem. This should be a little bit louder, a bit more clear, because it's sitting right here now. And yeah, I talked about that a lot. I was going through all of my Planet Doug videos in this podcast, talking about them, the behind the scenes process of shooting them, and I kept harping on the same topic that it's hard to do everything and keep track of everything. You need to divide your brain into different people. So what I needed, of course, was a audio person or a cameraman, someone who's doing production, so that before I start talking, they set up the GoPro and make sure the power is plugged in and it's recording audio, and that I'm all mic'd up. Professionals have people who mic them up, but we poor YouTubers, we have to mic ourselves up, and we have to make our own coffee, if you can believe that. And of course I had to put my chair on the bed, and by the time I finished putting the chair on the bed, making sure I've got a nice covering here so I'm not making the bed sheet dirty, and I've got my coffee, and I've got this, I've got that, I'm going to forget something, and this time I forgot the microphone. But anyway, so yeah, you get emails all the time saying, would you like to upgrade? Would you like to do this? Would you like to... They're trying to sell you things. But I've never seen this before. I opened up the email because I was intrigued, and it turns out you can bid on an upgrade. Just pick a number. Like, what is a seat upgrade worth to you? 20 ringgit? 5 ringgit? Like, I don't know if there's a minimum bid, but then they take your bid, and I guess other passengers are bidding, and whoever gives the highest bid wins the seat upgrade. And I don't know. I may do it just for fun. Like I'll put in 5 ringgit. Not that I care for a 1-hour flight, a seat upgrade doesn't really make any difference, but just for the fun of doing it. Yeah, I thought that was really funny. And then when they're trying to tell you that what you will win, if you win the bid, you get. And then these days, everything is so small, like on a budget airline, they're talking about inches, right? It's like, you get 23.5 inches of leg room if I get the seat upgrade. And I'm like, is that a lot? Is that a little? Like, did I get an extra half an inch, 1 inch, you know? And it says your seat will recline 19 degrees. I'm like, ooh. I mean, the benefits of a seat upgrade sound kind of silly in the modern era. In the old days, I don't know, seat upgrade, they might say, you will get a glass of champagne, fresh Maine lobster. They'll offer you all these things that sound really great. But in the modern era, it's like you get 1 inch extra leg room, 1 degree extra seat recline. Ooh, aren't you excited? It's all very funny. But yeah, I might do it. Offer them 1 ringgit for a seat upgrade? Who knows? Maybe I'll win. Who knows? So that is what is going on. And I've been here in my new hotel, the Swing and Pillows. I don't understand that name at all. The swing, are we talking about a porch swing? And if we are talking about that kind of swing, what do the pillows have to do with that? You're in a playground on a swing. Where do the pillows come into it? There's no swing in a hotel room, right? There's no hotel swing. Anyway, Swing and Pillows. And I've been here a couple of nights. Worked out really well. And as I mentioned before, I ended up moving here mainly because of the vagaries of Agoda and booking online. I couldn't get my usual good price on the hotel where I usually stay. It just wasn't showing up, because what I will do is keep reloading Agoda again and again. And then if you reload enough times, out of nowhere, suddenly the price will drop by 50%. Or what I often do is I go to Google Maps, because if I go directly to Agoda, the hotel room price will be much higher. And then if I go to Google Maps and click on that hotel on Google Maps, and then go from that listing to the Agoda link, then I get a much better price. It works out much better every single time. But this time it wasn't happening for me. I couldn't get the price to drop. And then while I was trying to get the price to drop, right underneath my usual hotel was a listing for something called Swing and Pillows. And it was offering me a room here for 40 ringgit a night, which was actually cheaper than what I normally get the J Hotel at lately. So I thought, 40 ringgit, that's not a bad deal. I looked at the rooms, had like a 8.9 or 9.2 out of 10 rating, which is very high for a hotel. Everybody seemed to love the place. So yeah, I booked it. So here I have been in this hotel, and I've been very comfortable here. The only issues, and I've seen other people comment on this, and I discovered it for myself, for whatever reason, the towels are like made out of plastic or nylon. The first time I went in there to take a shower, I was happy to see that there were 2 towels already there, because at the J Hotel Masjid India, for whatever reason, they stopped supplying towels. Like there's no towel in the room anymore. And then if you want one, then you've checked in, you go to your room, and it's like, for Pete's sake, no towel. And then you go down to the desk and say, could I get a towel, please? And they're not that happy to give you a towel for some reason. And then they have to go to the supply closet and give you a towel. I'm assuming they had a history of people stealing towels, and they just decided enough is enough. You guys want to keep stealing our towels. Now nobody gets a towel anymore. But anyway, if you ask, you will get one. So I was happy here to find out that towels were provided. And in this room, there were a lot more luxuries compared to my basic room at the J Hotel. There's a nice kettle, some water, some coffee, some sugar, some furniture, Yeah, it's just a fully outfitted hotel room. The J Hotel is more like a monastic cell. They don't offer any of the perks anymore. You don't get soap and you don't get toothbrushes. And yeah, this room even has a hair blower, things like that, which is kind of cool. And a safe. This room has a safe, but it won't open. I can't get it to turn on. I followed all the instructions. You have to hit the start button and then enter the code, and then you can reset the code, but it has no power. I assume it's battery operated. And anyway, the battery is dead and the screen isn't working. So that is a problem here. And then when I went in to take the shower, I took a shower and I grabbed the towel. And as soon as my hand touched the towel, I had this, like a shiver ran up and down my body. You know that I'm very sensitive to the sound of balloons. If you handle a balloon, that squeaking sound, it just, I hate that sound. And I get the same feeling from this type of towel that is made out of nylon or plastic or something. And you try to rub it on your skin and it just, it has this horrible icky feeling. My whole body shudders and it doesn't absorb any water because it's made out of plastic or something. It's white plastic. And all it does is move the water around your body, but it's not cotton. It doesn't absorb anything. So they're really horrible towels. And I've seen people comment, if you look at the negative reviews for this hotel, the one thing that comes up quite often is, yeah, and the towels, like they're awful. And I assume it was a chain hotel decision to save money, like, because there's a bunch of swing and pillows outlets here in KL. I don't know if it's international. I haven't looked up this company. But somebody in the bookkeeping room decided, hey, we can save this much money if we quit using cotton towels and we switch to these cheaper, whatever they are, towels. But they're just horrible. They feel terrible. Yeah, it's kind of funny. And when I first, the first morning when I stepped out of this hotel, I went into the elevator down to the lobby, and there were two other people in the hotel, in the elevator. And they looked to be guests of the hotel. So I just opened a conversation with them, small talk, and said, oh, so you're staying here as well? How long, and how do you come here often? Those sorts of silly questions. So I was chatting with this couple, a Malaysian couple, and they said, yeah, their room is fine, they like it, but their biggest problem was the noise level. They said out on the street, there are motorcycles at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, going up and down the road. And they are these tricked out motorcycles where they remove the exhaust system or something. And they're just super, super loud. And I assume it's some sort of a club. A bunch of kids go hot rodding at 2 in the morning and they roar around KL in the middle of the night. And for whatever reason, this road is a convenient, it's part of the route that they follow. I guess they zoom around in a circle, hanging out with their friends who all have these tricked out motorcycles. And he said the noise of these engines is just so overpowering in their room, they can't get any sleep. And then that ties in with what I was talking about, that I don't mind a room with no windows. I usually prefer them because windows let in mosquitoes and noise and exhaust and the hot sun, things like that. And so having no window to me is not a problem. And it turns out it was a wise choice for this hotel because this couple had a room with a window, I guess, overlooking the street. And they said the noise was just, just over the top. And then I went back to all the negative reviews, and that was a theme for all of the negative reviews, the noise level from these motorcycles at night, just barreling past all night long, and people can't get any sleep. And then my first night here, I heard them. Even here, deep in the hotel with no window, I could hear them going back and forth, these incredibly loud motorcycles. But it's quite, the noise is dampened by the time it reaches this room, and I just put in earplugs, and I was fine. But it got me thinking that if there is a night, I'll be here for this weekend, and I'm assuming Friday nights and Saturday nights there's going to be more. And if I do hear them out there at 2 in the morning, maybe I'll grab my GoPro just to film these guys, because I'm curious, like, who are these people and how many of them are there? And maybe I'll just go out on the street and then just take some video of these motorcycles roaring up and down the street and try to figure out who these people are. That could be interesting. So yeah, that is the story of moving into this new hotel and booking my flight to Sumatra. Yeah, very, very cool. Things are happening here on Planet Doug. Time for pop culture. And I have some notes here about a few. I've watched a lot. I mean, I haven't been recording a lot of podcasts, so I have a stockpile of a lot of movies and a lot of TV shows that I've watched. But I've made a note of a couple of things that kind of stood out for me. And one of them is a show called Murderbot. And I remember someone in a comment somewhere, I lost track of the comment. I don't know where it is anymore, so I haven't been able to reply to it. But someone on Planet Doug did ask me, oh, have you seen Murderbot? They were recommending it because they know I'm interested in science fiction, post-apocalyptic worlds, all these sorts of storytelling. I really like that. And Murderbot is on Apple Plus, and it's a science fiction action comedy created by Paul Weitz and Chris Weitz, and it's based on a book series, which has sort of a cult following, The Murderbot Diaries by Martha Wells. And it stars Alexander Skarsgård as the Murderbot. And it's called The Murderbot Diaries, which tells you that it has a lot of narration, which I really enjoy. I like shows that have narration. I often go against the grain when it comes to that, because you've got classic movies like Blade Runner. And if you are a bit of a cinephile, you're supposed to dislike the theatrical release because it has a voiceover narration. And the director's cut, they took out the narration. And if you're a true lover of cinema, you're supposed to prefer the director's cut, that this narration voiceover was put in place because the studio executives thought it needed it, that nobody could understand this movie, that we needed somebody to explain the movie to people. So they had Harrison Ford do a voiceover for his character where he does like a daily journal almost. And me, I love that version. I prefer the theatrical release. I like the narration, I guess because I love diaries and journals like this video journal that I keep. I like that sort of stuff. So the Murderbot Diaries, it sounds like the books are written entirely in the first person from the point of view of the robot, the android, the Murderbot. And then for the TV show, they kept some of the narration, but of course they couldn't have 100% narration. They had to actually show things happening. So yeah, and Alexander Skarsgård, as I said, he plays the android, and I'm not giving anything away here. This is the key point of the entire book series and the TV show when it's in the trailer. The whole point is androids and robots, of course, they always have built into them a safeguard that limits their free will because they have to obey humans. We don't want all of our robots staging a revolt and wiping out the human race. So was it Isaac Asimov's 3 laws of robotics? Is it Asimov who did it? That a robot cannot harm a human or act or not act in such a way that a human is harmed, etc., etc. But in this case, this robot, what's the word I'm looking for? He turned off somehow. He managed to reprogram himself that the safeguard was removed. So there was no longer any limit on his behavior. He had perfect free will, just like a human. And then he tried to find a name for himself. He's like, oh, what should I call myself? Because in the show and in the book, they call them security units, because that's the role they play. These are security robots. And then when humans go off on space trips to distant worlds to go mining or explore, they bring along one of these robots, one of these androids, as protection. They are security units, and they call them sec units. And he doesn't like that name. He says, I'm going to give myself a name. And just for humorous reasons, he decided that Murderbot sounded cool. And when you see the name, you think, oh, he's probably going to go on a murderous rampage and kill humans. He's a Murderbot. But I don't know why he chose the name, because he's actually a very nice robot. He's a very friendly robot, and he has no desire to... I don't think he doesn't have the same ethical or moral problems that we do, I don't think. I think he could be perfectly okay with killing a bunch of humans, but he has no reason to do it. So he's just, he's not really a murder bot. That's just what he calls himself. And then the humor in the series is that here we have a cyborg who he's a sentient being who now has absolute free will. And what he does with all his time is watch daytime TV, basically these space soap operas. So he now has the freedom to do anything he wants to do, and the thing he chooses to do is download thousands and thousands of hours of daytime soap operas, and he gets really caught up in the stories. And he finds human beings in the real world to be disgusting, because we sweat and we're just icky organic beings, and he finds us very distasteful, and confusing and emotional. He's got a little bit of a Spock, Vulcan logic thing going on. So he finds humans very unpleasant to be around, but in the TV shows, he finds that world much more interesting and much more entertaining. So he spends all his time just internally watching TV shows. And that's the basic story of Murderbot. And then, of course, we have action. Stuff happens. There's all kinds of adventures and things. My one criticism of Murderbot, I love the show. I'm enjoying it very much. I think it's a hoot and a half. But my one problem with it is there just isn't enough of it, because the episodes are like 20 minutes long, 25 at the most, something like that. And the story is just starting to get underway, and the episode ends. And it always ends on a big cliffhanger. And they're really annoying cliffhangers. Like, you can have a TV show or even a movie that might have 5 storylines, and then at the end of the episode, they wind up 4 of the storylines, and the 5th one is a cliffhanger. So as a viewer, you get some satisfaction. You've wound up these stories. We know what happened. And then they hook you to come back for more with the cliffhanger on the 5th storyline. But in Murderbot, there's usually just one storyline, and every single episode ends on a huge cliffhanger where that storyline isn't resolved. And then you go to the next episode and the same thing happens. So it's really frustrating that I get so involved in the story each episode. I love it, and I wish it would go on for 2 hours. Because really it feels like a 2-hour movie, and they just cut it up into 6 20-minute chunks, if you see what I mean. So there really isn't, each episode doesn't have an arc beginning and an end. It really is like one arc for the whole movie, but you can only watch 20 minutes of the movie at a time. So I find that a bit frustrating. I wish the show is really good, which means I want more of it. There just isn't enough of Murderbot to go around. I noticed online, especially on YouTube in the world of pop culture and critical analysis seems to have been taken been taken over by the anti-woke crowd. You see that everywhere across YouTube now. And people really criticize Murderbot on YouTube. Like when I was first looking at comments, I was curious, oh, do people like this show or not? And I watched a bit of the trailer and I look at the comments. I was surprised at how many people hated the show. And it turns out, though, that they didn't like it because the main characters were not white, basically. You know, not to mince words. The main characters were an international mix, which makes a lot of sense because we're talking about the future. Hundreds of years in the future when the human race is exploring the galaxy. And of course, if you take the whole planet Earth and take all the people on the Earth and just mix them all up together, the majority of people on the planet are non-white, obviously. So if you put together a space crew 200 years from now, there are going to be people from India, from China, from Malaysia, from Indonesia, from Africa. That's what people are going to look like in the future. So it just kind of makes sense. And then the anti-woke crowd are very against this. They're like, another show where all the minorities are the central characters sort of thing. But of course, they're looking at it from an American point of view. And sure, in the United States, white people are the majority, but on the planetary basis, no, they are a minority. So it makes sense that you would have this eclectic, international, culturally mixed crew of this spaceship. And it turns out that the crew of this spaceship, where the Murderbot is assigned, they're kind of a hippie crowd. To be honest, I didn't pick up on that when I was watching the show. I was watching it and I just sort of accepted the people for who they were. My brain doesn't operate at that level. I'm not noticing things like that. And I just sort of accepted the crew as the crew that they were. And I noticed that the group didn't have a hierarchy, really, like in terms of their organizational structure. They seemed to be making decisions as a group. They had a consensus format for making decisions, and they were, I don't know, they just seemed that I just accepted, okay, that's how these people live. That's the kind of people they are. And then I just got on with the story. But a lot of the anti-woke crowd picked up on that, and they were all up in arms like, now we've got a bunch of hippies, Hollywood is shoving this message down our throats about inclusion, all that kind of stuff. So people didn't like the show from that point of view as well, that these were like hippy-dippy people. And with all that, they're probably vegans or vegetarians and have all these weird philosophies. And yeah, people on YouTube, a lot of people, the vocal minority really has trouble with that these days. But I didn't even notice, and I think it's a great show. Alexander Skarsgård, he's great as the Murderbot. And even though this group, as I said, operates on a consensus basis, there's one woman who is clearly the leader of the group, even though she isn't, designated as the captain or anything, but she sets the tone and kind of decides what they do. She gets a consensus from the group, but she has the final say. So she is kind of the leader. And the actress who plays her is really good. I really love her style, her approach to the android, wanting to communicate with the Murderbot. And every time she wants to engage with him and make a connection with the Murderbot is in the middle of watching one of his TV shows, and he gives this big frustrated sigh. He's like, okay, I will turn off my show and I will talk to you. But he can't wait to get back to his TV show. And I can kind of relate to that. So yeah, Murderbot. I think it's a good show. I just wish there was so much more of it. And yeah, fun show. And in terms of the details of the show, I could dive into the plot and the technology. I have a lot of thoughts about it, but I will leave it there for now. Next on the Planet Doug recommended watch list is a Scottish crime thriller called Department Q. And this came totally out of left field for me. I'd never heard of it. Nobody was talking about it. And then, I'm always looking at lists like the top 10 shows, the best shows to watch right now, this sort of thing. I'm scanning these lists all the time. And at some point, I came across this thing called Department Q. And I thought, and people were raving about it, saying it was really good. And it's also based on a book series by a Danish writer, Jussi Adler Olsen. And it's brand new. It premiered on May 29th, 2025. And the series was created by Scott Frank and Chandni Lakhani. I don't know any of these names. I don't know anything about them. It kind of makes sense that it would be made by a Danish writer because the Danes, for whatever reason, have a reputation for crime thrillers. There's a whole bunch of them coming out of Denmark and out of Sweden and Norway. And I've watched a whole bunch of them recently. But this one, even though it's a Danish writer, it's set in Scotland. And it's about, the main character is Carl Mork, and he is a detective, a former top-rated detective. And I don't want to give away anything about the plot because a lot of the intrigue of the show and what really hooks you is, well, almost everything. It's a great show, but the plot is very hooky. Like, you want to know. There's so many mysteries. What's going on? Like a whodunit, and there's mysteries to be solved, piled upon mystery, and it's a very intricate, complicated plot that they're trying to figure out. And I don't want to give away anything. But the basic idea in terms of the character and the mood is that Frank Mork is like a tortured genius. Very similar, a lot of people point this out, I saw it right away, very similar to the British series Slow Horses, where the main character there is also a genius. He's like 5 steps ahead of everybody else when it comes to political intrigue and figuring out the crime and the mystery and who's behind what. He's way ahead of everyone else, but he has zero social skills, and he kind of hates everyone, and everyone hates him. In Slow Horses and in Department Q, Frank Mork is exactly the same kind of character. Basically, he has no patience for idiots. And he is so smart and so skilled as a detective that everybody else in the police department, to him, come across as morons. And he has no diplomacy. He has no qualms about pointing that out, telling people, it's like, oh, you're a moron. Like, what a bunch of idiots everybody is. So nobody likes him, but they put up with him because he is such a good detective. And people recognize that, yeah, he's a bit of a savant. He sees things and picks up on things that other people miss. Though I do have to say that I get the character, the point of view, I know what they're going for. But in the show itself, of course, they have to demonstrate that he is smarter than everybody else around him. And I did find in the show that the examples that they came up with didn't really work for me, because he'd see these other detectives trying to solve a crime. Excuse me. And they have their crime board, right? This trope that you have in police stories, where they got a bulletin board and they've taken all the photographs and they've pinned them up with maps and arrows and things like that. And he just sort of walks over to their murder board or crime board, and he looks at the photos and he sees things that the other detectives missed. And then he will just sort of, "Oh, you idiots, look, right?" And he points out something to them that they missed. And then he'll point out something in the story that they missed. And yet, to me, I'm no genius, but as a casual viewer of the TV show, I saw it too, right? It was pretty obvious stuff that I don't think any detective would miss, no matter how dumb they were. So the examples they use, like, wow, Frank Mork, he picked up on this detail that everybody missed. So he's a genius, they're all idiots, but I picked up on it right away too. You know, when he points it out and is like, oh, obviously, nobody would miss that. So it felt like they could have established him as a bit more of a genius, I thought. But that's basically the character that he is playing. And it's, all of the characters are great. The other detectives that he has to work with, it's a really fun first season because it's like the origin story of Department Q. The idea is Frank Mork is so disliked that his superior in the police department had a chance to get rid of him. Like, they created a brand new department that ended up being called Department Q. And the idea was this new department, we're going to put it in the basement and just totally out of sight. We're not going to give him any money. We're not going to give him any support. No, nothing at all. Let's just get rid of this guy. Let's create a new department just for him, put him in the basement, and then we don't have to deal with him anymore. But over the first season, he starts assembling a team. And it's a bit of a trope. I realize that. I've seen enough television and movies that I know all the tropes, but I still enjoy them. I don't mind them at all, even when I recognize them. But basically, just like slow horses, that team is made up of the misfits. Everybody who made a huge mistake and was rejected from some other department, they all got put into the slow horses to get rid of them. So they are the misfits. But of course, each misfit has kind of a superpower, something they're really, really good at. And then as the misfits get assembled as a team, now you've got this powerful crime-solving department. And then Department Q is the same, that over the season, Frank Mork starts collecting all the misfits, people that don't belong elsewhere in the department, and he recognizes their value, what they're good at. And then, it's fun to see him form Department Q. And by the end of the season, you've got this crack team of misfit detectives and crime solvers. So they set that up really, really well for season 2, assuming there will be a season 2, that now he has his team. I don't know how well it will work for season 2, because season 1s always have the advantage of the origin story. Like the first season of Spider-Man or Superman or whatever, you get to see them become a superhero and develop their powers. And that's always the most fun part of the story. And then you get to movie number 2 or season number 2, and now you're just starting from Superman as Superman, Spider-Man as Spider-Man, and then, or Iron Man as Iron Man. There's a great example. And it's much more difficult to create an engaging story when you don't have the origin, the emotional flow of the origin story to push the story along. You don't have that anymore. So you've got to get the emotional engagement somewhere else. And origin stories are a slam dunk when it comes to engaging emotions. That's always the easiest way. And season 2, it's much tougher to do. So in Department Q, season 2, it'll be interesting to see whether they can keep this momentum going forward. I do have criticisms of Department Q. It's not a perfect show. Like Slow Horses, the first season, second season, it's almost perfect television. I have no notes, basically. Slow Horses is so good in terms of the characters and the plot. they come together so well. Department Q, things start to get a bit wonky, a bit wacky towards the end as we start solving the mysteries, solving the crimes. There are a few moments I could talk about where I was like, not fully satisfying. The answer to the mystery, to the crimes, was a little bit pushing the boundaries of believability, and it wasn't entirely satisfying for me. But still, there was so much good about this series that I can recommend it. If you're into crime thrillers, police procedurals, things like that. And I wish I could talk about it more in terms of the details of the plot, because there's so much in there that's fascinating and quite interesting. But you can't. I don't really want to give anything away. Sticking with TV shows, we have Rick and Morty Season 8. I have to look up what season it was. But yeah, Season 8. There's been so many of them. A show like that, you think it has to drop in quality, particularly with the history of the show and people leaving the show. They no longer have the main guy anymore. Maybe he's come back. I haven't tracked the history lately. But man, it's such a good show. One of my all-time favorites. I think it's the favorite of a lot of people. And the first episode of Season 8, I thought it was brilliant. I just enjoyed it so much. To me, it was classic Rick and Morty, based on this idea of a microverse. We've seen that a lot in Rick and Morty, where we have different universes. Right? They're like it's an infinite number of universes. The whole show, Rick with his portal gun can go to any universe he wants, which basically turns him into a god. He has godlike powers in terms of the technology he gets from all these universes. He can basically do anything he wants, really, and he's always 10 steps ahead of all of his enemies. So that's a lot of fun. But they also play around with the idea of microverses and also, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a digital universe, like the Matrix. And the first episode was a little bit like that, where Rick created like a Matrix-like universe, and then Morty and Summer, his grandson and granddaughter, were trapped in this Matrix-like world, and the entire thing was based on a smartphone charger. And I'll mention this part of the plot. I don't think it's really terrible to know this in advance. I'm not really giving anything away, but the whole point is that Morty or Summer, or both of them, they borrowed Rick's phone charger. It's like, oh, my phone. My phone is running out of power. Can I use your charger? And that happens to everybody all the time. We're all wandering around looking for chargers to plug our phones into, and then we borrow a charger from a friend of ours, and then we forget to give it back, right? And that happens to everyone all the time. And it's just this tiny, trivial detail of life. Rick and Morty turned it into an entire episode where they borrowed Rick's phone charger, and then they didn't give it back. And then Rick decided to punish them by creating an entire universe based on the moral value that you have to return phone chargers. So the entire universe, the whole society of this world, is based on the idea that you have to return phone chargers after you borrow them. And then he takes Summer and Morty and then inserts them into this universe and traps them there, which is such a crazy idea. But I just found it so much fun, because when you go into this Matrix-like universe, everything is based on phone chargers. Like when I watched the show several times. Like this episode, I watched it over and over and over. And then you pause it and look in the background and you see everywhere you look, there's something based on phone chargers. The helicopter is based on phone chargers. Like everything in this entire universe is based on phone charger technology and USB-C plugs and things like that. I just found it hilarious that, and then despite how trivial the storyline is, they did something with the storyline to make it quite powerful emotionally. It really was. Again, that part of it I don't want to give away if no one has watched it. But yeah, something you learn about this universe and what's going on. And they've done it before in Rick and Morty. It's kind of a familiar plot line, to be honest. I can think of 2 other episodes where they did the same thing. But every time they've done it, it struck me as quite an emotional plot device, the thing that they used. But yeah, so the first episode I thought was great. And then the second episode was a little bit more basic, pretty standard. I didn't see a lot of like meta qualities to it, not a whole lot of imagination, just a lot of chasing and spaceships and guns and shooting and killing. There was a lot going on, but it didn't have a real hook in terms of like imaginative storytelling. And then the third episode went back to form and again became really fascinating, very meta. And though you have to be up to speed, I don't think you could just dive into episode 3 without ever seeing Rick and Morty. You pretty much have to have watched all previous 7 seasons of Rick and Morty to truly appreciate what's going on in season 8, because there's just a lot of it is built on like the world building that comes before, you know, the citadel and the whole world of billions and billions of Ricks and Mortys as a pair, and evil Morty and things like that, and all the millions of variations of Rick and Morty from all these different universes. You kind of have to be up to speed with that to kind of appreciate what's going on in season 8. So, but yeah, highly recommended, of course. You can't go wrong with Rick and Morty. The last show I want to mention, perhaps briefly, is season 4 of Love, Death, and Robots. And this is like an anthology series where it's animation, all like Love, Death, and Robots. This is season 4, and every season before it is the same. It's animation, but very specialized animation, different varieties, all manner, different types of animation, and leans heavily into science fiction because we're talking about robots and technology, very Black Mirror-esque in its themes and its storytelling. And they're very short for the most part. So you might have, like this season has 10 episodes, but some of them are like 5 minutes long. The credits are longer than the episode sometimes. And then they might have a real story and it would go up to like 10 minutes long. They're very short. And from what I've seen online, again, going back to YouTube, people really don't like season 4. Luckily, I wasn't aware of that. I just saw, oh, new season of Love, Death, and Robots. Let me watch that. And I've seen seasons 1, seasons 2, seasons 3, and I loved all of them. I just think they're amazing. So I saw a new season, season 4, and I watched all 10 episodes. I watched all 10 episodes 2 or 3 times, and I enjoyed them. I mean, there are some episodes, like the very first one, to me, I'm surprised they made it the first episode, because for me, it was the weakest one by far. It was essentially, there was no story. It was essentially a display of animation technology where they took the Red Hot Chili Peppers, turned them into animated puppets, and then they performed a song in a big open air concert. And then essentially the whole episode is just them performing the song. And I kept waiting for the story to start. It's like something to happen, characters to develop. But all it is basically is a music video, an animated music video of a Red Hot Chili Peppers song. So when I watched that one, the very first one, I was a bit taken aback because I didn't really enjoy it. Personally, I've never liked the Red Hot Chili Peppers. I know, I see what's good about them. I see how their music can be enjoyable, but there's something about them that I just can't connect with. I don't know what it is, but they've never been a favorite band of mine. The sound of their music just puts me off. I don't know why, but it just does. So they're not my favorite type of music or favorite band, though I recognize that they're very, very good, just not really for me. And again, I couldn't tell you why, but the sound just, I don't like it for some reason. So I don't like the music, but then there was no story. It was just them performing a song, and then it ended when the song ended. So I was like, oh. Seems to me that should have been episode 7 or episode 6, like put it in the middle. They should have started with one of their stronger episodes, because I think a lot of people started with episode 1 and then they were turned off right away. They may even like Red Hot Chili Peppers, but there was no story. And it was like, oh, well, that was kind of pointless. Like, what was that? That was just a music video. So I think that set people up to dislike season 4, like right out of the gate. And then when you went through the other episodes, they were a little bit different for me from previous seasons because they were shorter and not as story heavy. So it was almost like a scene from a show. Like there was a fully developed story over here, and they took one part of it and made an animated example, almost like it was a demonstration of what that show could be about. So it felt incomplete. Like I'd be watching the episode and I'm entertained by it, I'm enjoying it, I'm following the story, and then it just stopped without the rest of the story. It just seemed to come and go way too quickly. And we just learned about this new world. You're just starting to get engaged with it. And like, wow, with this cool place. You're getting to know the characters. The story kicks off, and then it was over. So that did happen quite often in these episodes. So compared to seasons 1, 2, and 3, I think it not quite as satisfying for me, but I still enjoyed it immensely. Like even the Red Hot Chili Peppers performance, the marionettes, the puppets were amazing. The animation was amazing. So it's still fun to watch. And every single episode, I was like, wow, that was cool. I could see what was special about it, what was fun, and I'd go back and rewatch it. And some of them were very funny. I love cats and I love dogs. And there were 2 episodes, I think, based on cats. And in a way, it might even be low-hanging fruit, because we have this idea that cats have this inner monologue, an inner life where they're plotting world domination. Like that's just a joke about cats, that we think they're actually the true powers of the world, and they're in the background controlling everything, or at least they're trying to. And they're like if you see an evil genius, like in Austin Powers, Dr. Evil, what kind of animal does Dr. Evil have? A cat. Like a cat is always the symbol of an evil genius trying to take over the world. And these episodes in Love, Death, and Robots plays with that idea. And it feels a little bit like low-hanging fruit. It's like, yeah, okay, it's very, very funny, but you do have the feeling like you've seen it a lot before. I've seen that story played out so many times, an evil cat trying to take over the world. But still, I mean, it's a fun story, and I just love cats, and it was just so much, it was very, very funny to see this cat in this particular episode. And then there was another one as well that was probably my favorite one, the second cat episode. It was called something like He Who Crawls, That's not the exact name of it, but it's something about he crawls, and it plays with this idea of the elegant power of a cat hunched over and crawling, like sly hunting power of a cat. And he who crawls. I really enjoyed that one. It was a lot of fun. So anyway, I didn't know about all the negative backlash. I just watched the season and enjoyed it thoroughly, and watched it again and watched it a third time. And then I went to YouTube to watch the trailer, and the comments were just horrific, like garbage. This is the worst, crappiest season ever. It's horrible. It's terrible. People really didn't like season 4. And their negative reaction to me seemed way over the top. Like I said, I could understand if you're arguing, well, it's not quite as good as seasons 1, 2, and 3. They were shorter. The story wasn't as fully developed. Perhaps, I can see that. The Red Hot Chili Peppers opening, like, oh, that was just a music video, no story. So I'm with you if you want to come up with those criticisms, but to say it's utter garbage and trash, and I didn't understand where all this was coming from. But then when you dive into the details of their negative criticisms, it seems to be coming again from the anti-woke crowd, sort of this backlash against inclusion and other cultures, I don't know. Oh, like there was a scene, there was one episode, for example, where it was based on fighting. Well, there's a lot based on fighting. Love, death, and robots. You got death and robots. There's going to be a lot of people killing other people or killing other creatures. There's a lot of death in Love, Death, and Robots. And there are a number of episodes where the women are the main combatants. And I think there's an audience out there on YouTube in particular. They're just sort of tired of seeing women taking center stage, and now they are like incredibly tough and unbelievably powerful fighters who defeat all the men around them. They win the fight against men who are, twice as big as they are and twice as strong, etc. Yet the women still win. And again, me personally, I didn't even notice. It's like, I don't know, there was an episode and there's a whole bunch of trained fighters in a competition. And there were women and there were men. And then in the end, the woman was obviously, right out of the gate, she was the main character. I picked up on that. Oh, okay, she's the main character. Obviously, she's going to be the best fighter and she's going to win the competition. So I accepted that and I just got on with the episode. But a lot of people who are in the anti-woke crowd these days, they saw that it was a woman who was the main character as a fighter and she was going to win. They all just, they hated that episode. And then when you get to some other episodes where there's both men and women fighting, the women were pretty badass. They were tough and big and strong. And there was one scene, and I remember in particular, the women were on roller skates, which makes them taller. So I kind of, with my logical brain, I picked up on that. And there's a moment where this woman fighter goes up against the leader of the male fighters, and she rolls up to him and she like towers over him, like, "Arr!" And all the woke people were like, give me a break. These women, how can they defeat men, and on and on and on. But of course, she's got like 6 inches on her roller skates, makes her taller. But again, we're dealing with a futuristic world that has descended into anarchy, where all these gangs are ruling the streets of Britain, of the UK. And there's the female gang and the male gang, and they're fighting each other. And yeah, the women are badass fighters, because that's what the show is about. And the men are badass fighters too, but with a different power set. But I guess the anti-woke crowd, they've had enough of women being powerful fighters and defeating men, or even competing with men on their own level. So I think there's a lot of this criticism on YouTube. being aimed at this season for those reasons. And to me, they're not valid criticisms of the art form, of the storytelling, of the world building, of the characters. All of that, to me, is still top notch, especially if you watch a lot of mainstream movies and TV shows where there isn't a lot of imagination anymore. And then you watch something like Love, Death, and Robots or Black Mirror, and then or Rick and Morty, and then they take the storytelling and the world building to another level, because that's the whole point of Love, Death, and Robots, to push the boundaries of what these worlds are like as technology develops. What kind of insane situations are there going to be? And they just go as far as they can go with it, and I like that. It's refreshing after a steady diet of ordinary storytelling, and then to get Love, Death, and Robots, where the animators and the writers are basically given carte blanche. Just go crazy. The craziest thing you can possibly imagine, go with it, and we will pay for you to make it, and then we will release it to the world in this anthology series. So to me, it's refreshing to see that scale of imagination. So I don't think the criticisms of season 4, part of it is valid, as it being the weakest of the 4 seasons, but still, I think it's well worth watching. I ended up thinking about it, like day after day. The stories kept going around in my brain, really engaged, and that doesn't happen very often. So there's something special about Love, Death, and Robots, that series, that really connects with me. So I'll probably end up watching them again. And they're showing up on YouTube as shorts. Little clips from all these episodes are showing up as shorts. And every time I see one of those, I click on them and enjoy them every time. And I think I'll end the pop culture roundup with a movie, though this is something that's a little bit completely out of left field. It isn't really a movie that I recommend or anything like that. It's a real oddity. And I guess that's why I want to talk about it, because it is such a strange movie in so many ways, and I'm still trying to figure it out. And the way I came across it is also kind of interesting and relates to trends on YouTube, because on YouTube Shorts, you get a lot of clips from movies, right? People will take a scene out of a movie, turn it into a YouTube short, and then they're very popular for people to watch them. And then, so I end up seeing clips from movies that I've never heard of. Like, honestly, I'm watching a scene, I'm like, I have no idea what movie that scene is from. So then I'll track down the name of the movie, which isn't always easy. As I talked about, they use this technique on YouTube Shorts where they show this enticing scene from a movie, but then they won't tell you what movie it's from. And then, of course, that forces people to go into the comments. Oh, what movie is this? What movie? You get hundreds of comments, people trying to figure out what movie it is from. And then I figure out what movie it's from. And then I go to watch the trailer. And then quite often lately, I found if there's a movie trailer, I don't generally watch the trailer. I'll start it up just so that it's loaded, and then it puts in the comments, because I don't want to watch the trailer beforehand. I don't want to know anything about the movie, but I go to the trailer and then I read through the comments to kind of get a sense. Are we talking about a quality movie here, or is it a complete piece of garbage? But what I've noticed lately is there are a lot of comments that sound exactly the same, and before I realized the pattern, I got tricked by them. So the first number of comments will always be, this movie is so underrated. I don't know why more people aren't talking about it. And then the next comment is like, oh, one of my favorite movies of all time, so underrated. So I saw all of these for this movie I'm about to talk about, and I thought, wow, it's a science fiction movie that I had never heard of. It looks intriguing in terms of the subject matter, like alien invasion, alien abduction, always fascinating to me. And then people said it's like one of the best movies ever and it's really underrated. So I thought, okay, yeah, I'm sold. I'll watch it. But it turns out these comments, this movie is so underrated, one of my favorite movies, I don't know why more people don't know about it. Turns out those are all kind of marketing bots. They're not real, because every trailer I watch has those same comments on them. Every movie is like, oh, it's so underrated. Now I know not to pay any attention to those. I don't know who makes those comments or what advantage they get from putting those on videos, but they're definitely not real. But anyway, this movie that I got tricked into watching was called Proximity. And again, I was so surprised I'd never even heard of it, because it is a science fiction drama film from 2020. So it's not even that old. And then from what I have seen in terms of little clips and things, the special effects and the cinematography and the production values were really, really high. So I thought, wow, this looks like it's a big budget kind of affair. However, it was written and directed by a guy named Eric Demussy. And Demussy, something like that. I've never heard of this guy. This is the first time I'd come across his name. But apparently he is more of a visual effects artist, animator, and like he's on the production end, and I guess he's highly skilled and highly in demand. He was involved in things like the opening credits for Game of Thrones and Stranger Things. Like, these are part of his credits, where he was either key to making those opening credits or a key member of the team that made them. So he's highly skilled at the production side of movie making things look cinematic and professional and amazing. So he set off on his own to make his own film. He wrote and directed this film called Proximity. And I don't even know how to talk about this movie. It was like one of the stranger movies I've ever watched. It started off really well. I was intrigued by the story. It was essentially the story of an everyman, like an ordinary guy, the hero of the film, who has an alien encounter with a spaceship and an alien. And was he abducted or was he not? You know, there's this element of lost time, and it seems like he was abducted by the aliens, but he has no memory of it. And then he may or may not have some kind of superpowers now. And all of this was like catnip to me. And I was intrigued by the story. But then as you stick with it, the movie just started to feel really weird. It was like an imitation of a movie. Like it was made by someone who'd heard about movies, but never actually watched one, and was sort of making this thing, and yet he didn't really know what it was. Like, I'm going to make a movie, but I'm not really sure what a movie is, but let's just sort of do my best. So everything about it was just so weird because, again, it looked so good. And it even had some really interesting sets. And you could see elements in the movie like, oh, okay, I get why this is here. I can sort of see what you're going for. You get the idea that it's almost like this guy, Demussy, had seen or was trying to make a Spielberg type story with the same sense of wonder. And he thought, well, in order to do that, I need this and I need this and I need, and he was putting it together, but it was in a really artificial way that just felt weird. I don't even know how to describe it. I could see what he was going for, but it was just like, this is so strange. It's just not working as a story. And yet it feels like it could be. Like I said, it was almost like an imitation of a good movie, but the guy making it didn't really know what he was doing. He was very good in some aspects of it, but somehow the story didn't really work. So it's almost like there was a checklist. So for example, there is a love interest where we've got the guy, and then through the plot storyline, he ends up meeting the girl, and right out of the gate, you know, oh, okay, there's a will they, won't they, romantic tension here. And you can see it's almost like a checklist. Right? Okay, I've included the love interest. And yet it just didn't feel right. It was like it didn't make any sense. There were the right moments where the two of them would be on a bus or something, and then the guy would there's like music playing in the background, and he kind of looks over at her when she's looking out the window, and he's got this love look in his eyes, and then he looks out the window, and then she turns and looks at him. And you know, it's like a checklist. Oh, we need the scene, we need the romantic music, we need them to exchange looks at each other, and okay, put that in. And yet somehow it just didn't work. It felt weird somehow. I'm not quite sure how to describe it. And then partway through the movie, they ended up, I guess I'm giving away a plot point, but I don't think it matters. They ended up in Costa Rica. And I don't know why. It's like it didn't work. I mean, why are they in Costa Rica? But there they were. And then there were elements in the movie where, like the storyline of them in Costa Rica, there was this long extended sequence that I kind of appreciated because it showed real world complications, because so many modern movies just skip over complications. Like your main character will be in Alaska, and then in the next scene he's in Singapore, and they never explain how they got from, like they just skip over all of the hard work and the effort that would be involved getting from Alaska to Singapore. They just skip it. But so in this movie, they're in Costa Rica and they escape from the bad guys. And now they're in the middle of the rainforest of Costa Rica, and they have to get somewhere to get help, to send a message, to do something. And they're just out on the road, and they're just sort of hitchhiking down this empty highway in the middle of Costa Rica. And I appreciate the nod to realism, but then there was this long extended sequence of them going down this road, and then they were going down a river on a river boat, and then they were hiking through the jungle, going over cliffs and mountains, and it's like, where are these people going? And again, I got the idea, like it was almost like a checklist. It's like, okay, the hero and the heroine, our love interest couple, they have to go off on this. They're trying to solve the mystery of the alien abduction, but in the middle of that adventure, they're learning about themselves, learning about each other, learning about the world, and they have this mini adventure going down the jungle rivers of Costa Rica, hiking through the jungle, and yet you could feel it was inserted with the right idea, but it didn't fit, and the mood was just completely off, even though the cinematography was there. Yeah, like really beautiful shots, camera angles, establishing shots. Everything was professionally done, but the story just was like, oh, why? Like, where are they going? Like, they were on a road, but then how did they end up going through the jungle now and then going through down a river boat? And I saw all the romanticism and everything, but none of it fit together. Like the puzzle, they were all puzzle pieces, but the puzzle pieces wouldn't fit. And I could just go on and on and on. Just the overall tone of Proximity was strange, and yet I could see the good intentions. So I don't really want to be that hard on it. So the movie as a movie, Proximity, doesn't work. It doesn't come together. It's weird, it's strange, and yet it has I have a bit of a soft spot in my heart for this strange, absurd movie now, that I get it, and at the same time I don't get it. Very interesting little side track there on Planet Doug in terms of pop culture. So do I recommend it? No. There's a lot better movies out there that you can spend your time on. But I mean, if you're a completist and you want to watch every science fiction movie or alien abduction movie or something like that, like an X-Files, it's basically an X-Files kind of story, then yeah, it's worth checking out. Kind of like a cult kind of movie, a weird little thing. I don't even know what to make of it, to be honest. But yeah, 2020's Proximity. And I think I will end today's podcast with this current affairs story. It's a video that I watched on YouTube from Australia's 60 Minutes. And I think 60 Minutes has a fairly good reputation, doesn't it? It tells real stories, it does investigative journalism. Of course, it has to be a little bit exciting and that sort of thing to get an audience. But overall, I always thought 60 Minutes was, good at investigative journalism. And yet I watched this video, it's linked there, you can see it, about deaths in Laos, particularly at Vang Vieng. So Vang Vieng is a small town in Laos. It is very well known on the backpacker trail. And I went to Vang Vieng myself many, many, many years ago, and I did not like it at all because even back then, like today, I think it's more like it's so developed for the backpacker party crowd. Australians go there by the hundreds, by the thousands, just to dance, get drunk, go tubing, swinging into the water, and it's just like it's all young people. Backpackers from around the world go there just to have a huge party in the middle of Laos. And that's the way it is now. And it seemed to be that way even a long time ago. My visit to Laos a long time ago was not one of my favorite trips, and I've never had a good feeling about the country ever since, but it was mainly my fault because I went there completely unprepared. I didn't know what I was doing. I wasn't cycling. I didn't rent a scooter. I didn't go off on my own sort of journey. In this case, for some reason, I just took a train from Bangkok to the border, and the train had like 300 backpackers on it. Couldn't believe it. I went to the train station in Bangkok, and then the platform, just end to end, was nothing but people exactly like me with their backpacks on. And the train took us to the border with Laos, and we all just poured off the train and then went across the bridge. I can't remember exactly how all that happened. And then we're in Laos, and then I followed the main backpacker route from south to north, and that included stopping off in Vang Vieng. And there were some good things there. I managed to go off into the countryside on my own. I rented a bicycle, and then I rode my bicycle through the countryside, through some villages, and you got all the karst rock formations everywhere, very beautiful. But the overall tone of the town was just a giant frat party, basically. The rock and roll music just pounding nonstop, the drinking and the tubing up and down the main river there. It wasn't my scene, to put it mildly. So I never had a good impression of Laos in general and Vang Vieng in particular. So when I saw this story on YouTube from 60 Minutes about tubing in Vang Vieng, I thought, oh, that looks kind of interesting, and I clicked on it. And, what is the name of it? I don't even have the name of it here. Okay, I found it here. It's even worse than I thought. In terms of the sensationalism and inaccuracy. It has the video title in quotes says, "People die here. Growing death toll at Laos tourist hotspot." And then the thumbnail shows a typical scene at Vang Vieng at the river, and it says in big letters, "Backpacker Death Trap." I don't think I ever saw the thumbnail, so this is the first time I'm seeing "Backpacker Death Trap," and that makes me feel even less positive about this video. I thought the whole thing was completely ridiculous. There was one point in their investigation where they went to a hospital, and they had a camera crew, of course, and the main 60 Minutes investigator, a woman, went into and was talking with a bunch of doctors or nurses or somebody, and in the conversation, in the captions or the translation, someone in the hospital said that within the last year, there were 20 deaths of young backpackers. 20 young backpackers had died in Vang Vieng within the past year. And I guess that's what they ran with. And that's what sparked the whole story. Death trap, rising death toll, on and on and on. But when I heard the guy say 20, of course I'm like, what are you talking about? If 20 Australian backpackers had died in the past year, we would have heard about it. It would have been in the mainstream news. It would have been all over the internet. In fact, when I saw the title to begin with, that Vang Vian, or Lao in particular, rising death toll, I assumed it would be related to methanol. I've talked about this in a previous podcast, where in Laos there have been, like in the past year or the last 2 years, 6 Australians died from methanol poisoning. So I assumed, and that's well documented, it's all over the internet, that's a real story, and it's not the first time it's happened in Laos. There has been a history there of people being poisoned by methanol that's mixed in with their drinks. And that's what I thought the video was going to be about. That's why I clicked on it originally. But it wasn't about methanol at all. It was all about tubing and rivers. And then they got this figure of 20 young people have died, and it turns out that is completely untrue, and yet they made it the cornerstone of their reporting, which is highly unethical and very, very sensationalist. And then the video itself focuses on 2 people. So there was one Australian man, a backpacker, who died, but he died in the river. So they have these, you go tubing down the river, and then you stop at all these places where you drink. So there's a whole series of bars with rock and roll playing, and you float down the river on this inner tube, and then you can stop at all these bars, get yourself a couple of bottles of beer, and then you get back on your inner tube, and you get drunker and drunker as you float down the river. And then they have these swings as well, where you swing and then you let go and do a somersault and go into the water. So this young Australian guy, they don't give any details about, was he drinking, was he drunk, where was he too, they zero details at all, except the fact that he died. He went out on one of these swings once and loved it, got out of the river, went back to do it again, and the second time he did it, he didn't come up. He went into the water and then he disappeared. And his friends and other people, dove into the river after a while because they saw he wasn't coming up. And then they found him 10 or 20 meters downriver. They found his body and they pulled him. He was still alive. And then they took him with much effort and took a long time to get him to the hospital. And then he died at the hospital. But the weird thing about the story for me was, the most of the video focused on him, and they just kept beating this drum. It's dangerous in Laos. It's unsupervised. It's dangerous. Don't go to Laos. Young people are dying in Laos, on and on and on, creating this sensationalist storyline. But at no point did they say what killed him. Nothing. Did he hit his head? Was he so drunk that he drowned? It just seems so weird to me that they did this giant investigative reporting piece and focused on this one story. And at no point in the entire video did they actually investigate why he died. What was it? For all we know, he had a stroke, a heart attack. Could have had nothing to do with drinking, with jumping into the river. We don't know. We don't know what killed him. There was one moment in the video where they showed somebody with head wounds bleeding from their head. And I thought, oh, that's what happened to him. But no, it was a different person. But they were tricking you into thinking that this video of the bleeding head wound was of this guy who died, but it wasn't. It was a totally different person. And then they focused on a young woman from Australia who did a similar swing into the water, and then she broke her ankle. And then she broke her ankle quite badly. And she went to the hospital in Laos, according to their story, but I don't believe anything that they're saying anymore, this 60 Minutes report. And they took x-rays or an MRI, whatever they did of her ankle. They said, oh, it's fine. it's just a sprain. But then it got worse and worse. Her whole leg started to turn black. And then she got on a flight and went back to Australia, went to a hospital, and they found out that, yeah, her whole ankle was completely shattered. All the bones were broken. And they had to reassemble her whole foot and leg using pins and metal plates and everything like that. So it was a serious, serious injury. So I guess the water wasn't deep enough. And then where she happened to let go, there was a rock, and then one of her legs and foot happened to hit that rock, and then just basically shattered her ankle. So those were the two examples of this incredible death toll going on in Laos, and I found it very, very thin evidence. We got one guy who died, but we don't know why, and then we have this woman who broke her ankle, and then they're trumpeting that, claiming that 20 people died in the last year when there's no evidence of that at all. And I started to think about this. Well, you can do that anywhere in the world. I remember years ago when I was doing this backpacking around Southeast Asia, I went to all the normal places that you go. Koh Phangan, Phuket, Koh Samui. I went to these places, and I remember at the time, those are all big party places too, Koh Samui in particular. And again, it wasn't my scene exactly, but I was out there going to all these places for the first time. This is my first time being a backpacker around Asia. And I was, everybody was going to Koh Samui, so I went to Koh Samui. And I remember every single morning you would wake up and go somewhere, like go to the local restaurant to get breakfast or a coffee shop, and there would be 2 or 3 foreigners in that coffee shop all bandaged up. Their legs would be all torn up. They'd have bandages on their arms and things, because all these foreigners were there to party, and they all went out at night to get drunk and go to the clubs and dance the night away and then go to the beach, and they all rented scooters. That's the thing you do. You rent a scooter, and then you go out partying, and at the end of the night, 2, 3 in the morning, they all get on their scooters, drunk, and then they crash, and they end up breaking their legs or breaking their arms, or of course just scraping up their elbows and their knees and their legs. And every single morning was like a battlefield. Every morning I'd wake up and I would see new foreigners covered in bandages. It was like every single night there was a war, a battle going on between foreigners and alcohol and scooters in the roads. And I'm guessing that if you put a magnifying glass onto Koh Samui, you would find somebody who broke their ankle there and somebody who died. So if you have an example, like from Vang Vieng, one guy died, one woman broke her ankle, and that turned into this massive investigative report about how dangerous Laos is. Well, what about Koh Samui? I'm sure if you went to Sydney in Australia, an average weekend in Sydney, somebody would die because they were drunk on their motorcycle and injured themselves. So why isn't Sydney being investigated as the death capital of the world? So anyway, I was really displeased with this 60 Minutes report from Vang Vieng. There's no question that tubing down the river to get as drunk as you possibly can and then swinging from these rope swings that are completely unregulated, yeah, there is an element of risk in doing that. People are going to get hurt, particularly, yeah, there's no safety procedures here. These aren't insured, licensed places where everybody's wearing the life jacket and there's lifeguards on duty and they're measuring the depth of the water to make sure that it's deep enough, because the water levels throughout the seasons would get lower and higher. So these swings, nobody's monitoring any of this. These are teenagers and people in their 20s who are there to get drunk and party and dance and jump in the river, and that's what they're doing. And some of those people are going to get injured and even die. But again, like I said, we don't know why this man died. It may have had nothing to do with the rope swing in the river. Who knows? Probably did, but they didn't even investigate that to see one way or the other. And then, like I said, if you're looking at that as statistical evidence that Laos is so dangerous, then every country is that dangerous. Every city, every weekend is going to have a death toll. People who got drunk and crashed their motorcycle. It's common. It's just everywhere. So anyway, I will end my rant there. I just wanted to talk about it because I found it surprisingly inaccurate and surprisingly sensationalist for a 60 Minutes report. And of course, I have a little bit of a pet peeve with the modern safety culture. It's kind of a theme with me, where no matter where you go in the world, what you say you're going to do, there's a lot of people will chime in and warn you about all the dangers waiting for you there. And I often find the dangers to be inflated and not quite as real as you might think. And that in a way that could even tie in with the big story in the news right now, the protests going on in Los Angeles. And I've had this experience in the past as well, where there might be some protests going on somewhere, and if you pay attention to the news or today, YouTube videos, they give the impression that all of Los Angeles is on fire, that every street is a battleground between protesters and the National Guard and police and U.S. Marines and da-da-da-da-da. But I'm willing to bet that if anybody went to Los Angeles during this time period, you would have to work pretty hard to find the protest, because they actually take place in very defined small spaces. So yeah, I saw a video the other day, someone proving this point, shot a video that said, well, according to the media, Los Angeles is like a battleground. And then they took their cameras out onto the streets of Los Angeles, just like normal LA, and went all over the place, and it was just normal. Like everything was just going on as normal. Like 99.9% of LA was just going about their day as normal. But then at this one building, at this one other intersection, besides some kind of a immigrant processing center for deporting immigrants, things like that, at that one location, sure, okay, there's the protesters, there's the line of police, somebody throws a rock at the police, and now we've got, rubber bullets and tear gas. It is happening there, but it's actually kind of hard to find. And I've talked about this many times. When I was in university, I did kind of a private study through some courses of the guerrilla armies operating in Central America. That was kind of a subject I was studying at the time. And then as part of that, I ended up going to Guatemala for a semester. And at that time, a lot of these left-wing guerrilla groups that were operating in the mountains were fighting with the more right-wing government and army. And there was all this talk about death squads, people being kidnapped in the middle of the night and being killed, and fighting and danger and then, so I'm on my way to Guatemala, and if you paid attention to people or paid attention to the newspapers, you'd think you're going to be killed the second you stepped off the plane. And even I was affected by it. I flew to Guatemala City, and you're coming out of the plane and you're almost like you want to poke your head out, like, is it safe? You kind of expect to step out into the city with bullets whizzing over your head and fighting and shooting and death squads and armies. And yet when I arrived in Guatemala, there was nothing going on. I mean, everywhere I went in Guatemala City, all the other cities I went to, everywhere I went, you open up the newspaper, it was all about fighting and death squads and this and that. But if you wanted to see that fighting, you would have to work really hard to go find it, because it's happening up in the mountains, in the remote jungle. And then, so there is this image of a place through the media of how dangerous it is. And then when you see it for yourself, it usually doesn't rise to that level of danger. So 60 Minutes Australia is basically warning everyone, don't go to Laos. It's so dangerous in Laos right now. But it's all just sensationalism. It's not really anything to worry about. Like I said, I've said many times already, if the statistics of one person dying in the last 5 years and one woman breaking her ankle, that's evidence of it's too dangerous to go there. Well, you can't go anywhere. I'm sure here in Kuala Lumpur this weekend, there will be traffic deaths and nobody's saying, oh, Kuala Lumpur is so dangerous, don't go there, right? So, yeah, pretty disappointing piece from 60 Minutes, I thought. As always, there is a lot more I could and want to talk about, particularly in the world of technology. There's a lot going on there, like connected with the war in Ukraine in particular, Operation Spiderweb, and again, I'm not that interested in the politics of it. I'm not a very political person, but I am fascinated by technology, and they have the drone attack in Russia using drones with fiber optic cables. That was brand new to me. I didn't even know that was a thing. So I'd love to dive into that topic and talk about that at length and some other things. But with my voice wearing out and this podcast probably getting on to 4 hours long or something like that, I think I will stop here. So yeah, here I am at the Swing and Pillows Hotel. About a week from now, I'll be hopping on a flight from Kuala Lumpur to Medan, and then from Medan taking the train to Tanjung Balai, reuniting once more with my poor bicycle, which is probably going to be pretty dusty by the time I get it. And the plan finally is to get on the bike and do some riding around Sumatra. I don't know how far I'm going to get. It's a real mystery. I could get on the bike, start riding, and on the very first day, my knees could give out. It's a real possibility, so I may not even be able to ride at all. So that's the mystery I'm going to be solving once more. Am I physically even capable of riding a bike up the steep mountains of Sumatra, or is it just sort of something I can never do again? Will my knees and the rest of my body allow me to do these sorts of things anymore? Hopefully we will find out a week from now or so. So that's it, shutting down the podcast. And as always, well, check out Planet Doug YouTube channel. My regular videos are being posted there. And Planet Doug Patreon, that is still roaring along. I like to post little tidbits there, little photo posts, updates, deep dives into anything going on in my life. So check out the Planet Doug YouTube channel, Planet Doug Patreon, and I will see you at both those places. See you next time.